Hello, gentlemen, and the occasional lady, if at all. So, the plan for today is the same as yesterday. We're going for reacts, conspiracies, and crazy stuff. But this time we will not end early because of back pain. Because back pain is basically gone and we are fine. And we hope that it doesn't come back for any reason. Does that sound good? I think that sounds good. So, what do we start out with? Good question. Oh, right. Something funny. We start out with something, well, kind of funny. You didn't leave our graders. Embugged it. I, by the way, completely agree with that. Completely. So, let's start with this one. Let's start with you didn't leave our graders. Embugged it. By the way, I have a 50-minute video about why I stopped playing this game. Might be interesting for you guys to watch this. Here we go. This game got to be the biggest fumble ever. Oh yes. Yes, absolutely, 100%. I said that in my video, and before that. They had lightning in a jar with this game. And then they took the lid off and took a fat dump into it. Why the hell do I not... Why? I just see that... Hello viewer, I see you in my chat here, but I don't see you in my chat tool here. I hate technology. I hate this so much. Oh my god, now I have to doctor and oh my god. Oh no. Okay, now it works. Okay, thank god. I hate technology. Interesting game for you later this month. Which one? You want soon? Dawn of War 4, Aliens Fireteam Ally 2, and Gears of War E-Day. Okay. Dawn of War was Warhammer, when I remember correctly. I actually have the first one here somewhere. Fireteam 1 I have never played, but it looked okay. And Gears of War I never played because it was only on console. Life. So yeah, back to our creators. They had lightning in a jar. They turned the lid off and then took a big fat dump into the jar and then put the lid on again. That's what they did with the game. That's what they did, and it was horrible. Horrible. I can't understand how they could do that. With exception of not understanding the game they created, which is very clear that they don't. I think they see the game still as the same as it was the very first version where, you know, oh yeah, we rushing a boss and kill it. I think they see the game still as being dead, which is completely wrong. Completely.
Most games go through the exact same life cycle. They get hyped up, and their player count just explodes as they release. But within a month, they lose about half of their active players. And then there's
our graders!
Yeah, I told you, lightning in a jar. They had actually. Let's take a look. This is Max. Do you see this? November they got up. This is still November. They had to fall off somehow here. Then they went up. This is December. They had, look at this. This is good. This looked really good. There is a reason why everyone at the beginning was like, wow, this game is super successful. For basically 2 months. Oh my god, how is this possible? This is such an exception in the genre. AKA live service games. And then they fumbled with every update they released. Every update. And I mean that literally every update. Every little bit of balancing made the game worse. Now they have reverted some stuff like the, oh my god, weapon durability burn. They made that way worse for basically every weapon. That's what was the fix for people complaining that, oh my god, the weapon durability burn is so bad. So they made it worse. Then they reverted that. I think 1 or 2 weeks later. And now it's okayish. Oh, it's okayish. But yeah. There's a reason I stopped playing the game. Just like many others. I mean, look at this. I think I've never seen this low of a player count in Arc Raiders. Yeah, this doesn't look good. Wait, yes, it was, no, this wasn't the video. Forgot which tab it was.
You see, the game was just different than anything we had tried before,
Yes.
with a very unique PvP element of never knowing whether the guy in front of you would betray you or help you.
I'm friendly, but let me alone.
Oh, you want me to leave you alone? I thought we were going to team up. Like, you wanted to work together?
No, I play solo, but sorry.
Also, the PvE inside of the
That was, by the way, one of the main factors the game was so good. The problem with that is that there were so many sweats that came into the game, which ruined the game, kind of.
the game were machines that felt like they were literally being powered by AI.
Because they were. The behavior of them was created with AI. Always on the lookout for good new games? Well, there are a lot. And they don't have to be expensive.
For the first time in years, many of us players felt like a new game that had come out actually had some soul and magic in it.
For a very long time, we
Yes.
referred to this as a 10-year game. So that is the ambition. It kind of dictates the type and quantity of content that we want to put into it.
Embark
And that's one of the problems. I think that's one of the major problems. And I said that in my video. They have this 10-year outlook into the game that they completely forgot the here and now. They completely forgot that. And that's a problem. That's why the updates were crap. They were crap. And that's why their reset system, the expeditions, are... I can't even believe how bad that is. I mean, resetting your account every 60 days. Why? Why is that a thing? That's stupid. That's totally stupid. It's literally, oh, I find a blueprint that's really good because I like to use that gun. But in 3 weeks, there's the expedition and I'm doing that, so I basically don't use it. Yeah, great. Perfect. Oh, great. See where the problem is? Man, that sucks.
the studio behind it, promised us 10 years of content. But then something happened.
Dude, Arc Raiders.
Something that would end up causing one of the biggest
This game is the biggest fumble I've seen. Arc Raiders lost 87% of its players. It is currently one of the fastest dying games on Steam. What is the reason? Oh, that's very easy. Oh, Emma, you really fumbled us. Yes, yes, absolutely. The thing is, they never had to deal with people that don't do PvP. All the games they've worked on before were purely PvP games. Battlefield and the finals. And the finals is not really that successful. I mean, it's still alive, but it's not really that successful. Battlefield, well, yeah, it's Battlefield. It's a giant IP. And those games also die off quite fast. And that's only with a focus on PvP. So they have had zero, nada, niente experience with publishing content for an audience that's not PvP. And it shows. It literally shows. They fumbled this so bad. I knew from the beginning that them saying, oh yeah, we are bringing out an update every week. What? Why? There will be content every month or every 2 weeks. You can't do that. That's stupid. How do I know? Because Grinding Gear Games did that with PoE 1 in the beginning, and it completely failed. And they say that, oh yeah, that was a huge mistake. We should have never done that. So then they changed to every 3 months. And that was, you know, the golden goose. Every 3 months a new league, and people were happy with that. And they still are. And the approach of, oh yeah, we're bringing you content, new fresh content as often as we can. Yeah, that's dumb. That doesn't work at all, not for no game. Ever. You have to bring out content that has, you know, some weight behind it, like a new map. You don't make a new map with the detail of, you know, modern games, but not modern games. That doesn't mean a lot. Of Arc Raiders. Within a month, you can't do that. That takes a lot of time, which is a problem. And then new enemies. We have 2 explodey enemies right now. Both are bolts. One is inside buildings, one is outside buildings. The inside buildings sometimes comes out of buildings. Sometimes. And the outside bolt sometimes gets into buildings. Why? Why are there 2 explodey bolts? Now I can understand the thinking. Oh yeah, we quickly make the same enemy, but, you know, a little different. Sure. I can get that. I can get that. But that would be the case when you know, have an abundance of enemies that are quite different to each other. And you don't have that. For example, when it comes to flying enemies, you have 2 big flying enemies now, the Rocketeer and the Vaporizer. And they are both good. I have 0 complaints about these 2. The Vaporizer is actually a good enemy, a good new enemy, because it works so different than all the others. It has, for example, it has a shield. When the shield is up, you can't damage it. That's interesting. The attack immediately deals damage. And not only that, it leaves a hot area where it hit the ground or the walls, whatever. And if you hit that, well, you get damaged. That's good. That's good design. But, 2 explodey bolts. Why? 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 Makes no sense. That's lazy.
All-offs we've ever seen in gaming history. Today, 90% of its player base is just gone.
I genuinely couldn't say enough good stuff because they actually were doing so much stuff right and they were making some great moves. I just don't know what really happened.
Now, I've been trying to find out why this happened, and I found something that I really didn't expect. Because the very
Really? I expected that. Oh yeah, that's a game designer, and he left for a new position. Might have been one of the reasons why the game is not going as well.
same man who made it had already foreshadowed what its biggest problems was going to be once it had released.
You'll see players jump on, they'll stay there for a while, but guess what? Then they drop out and go and do something else. Due to the fact the game didn't have the attributes or instruments needed to retain the players.
So why is it that he knew exactly what was going to kill it before it had even released, and yet just decided to do nothing? I finally think I found out why, and in this video, I'm gonna show you exactly what happened to kill our creators. And by the end, you'll realize why not even the studio behind it can never bring it back. Meet Patrick Sutherland.
I think they can, but they need to, well, they already changed how they, push out new content, aka every 6 months, which I think that is too long. That is too long. I think the maximum people are willing to go is 4 months. Because the thing is, this game doesn't have a hardcore audience that is willing to wait ages for new content. Because the game is it's just not established in the hearts of the people. And yes, I mean it. Like I said, World of Warcraft and Warcraft in general is in the hearts of people, or at least it was. I mean, I know of Warcraft since Warcraft 2 on the PS1. And then I played Warcraft 3 on PC, and then I got into World of Warcraft. And I played that game for ages. So the World of Warcraft, literally the World of Warcraft, is in my heart. So I was always willing to wait for new stuff as long as the stuff is good. But turns out the stuff isn't good anymore because the people that work there are trash now. And so I stopped playing completely. I uninstalled finally not only the game, but even the battle launcher. Now, live service games in general have a problem with player retention because that's just how it is. Now, there are live service games that don't have the problem, which is Path of Exile 1 and 2. Why is that? Because they trained their audience that we bring out a new update, you come and play it if you like it, and when you're done with it, you are done. Which is completely different than every other live service game. They want you to permanently log in every day and play every day, all the time. Which is of course unsustainable. People get burnt out. People want maybe to do something else. Imagine that, doing something else than just playing one game for the rest of your entire life. Oh yeah, who could have guessed? And I think that's a huge problem with live service games. They expect people to play only your game and that all the time. Which is nonsense. That's stupid. If you just wouldn't do that and just, oh yeah, we will release new content every 3 to 4 months. Come back when that releases, if you like so. See you then. That would have been great. But the thing is, you have to communicate things like that with your audience. And they didn't do that. I mean, they said that, oh yeah, we are changing our schedule to every 6 months. And that after another mediocre update, which was bigger than before, but it was still mediocre. Which was Riven Tides, where we got the new map, which is called Riven Tides. And that map isn't great. I'm not really... I mean, if you want to farm certain arc, it's great. Because there are a lot of arcs. But that's it. For example, vaporizers. If you want to farm vaporizers, that's a great map for that. But yeah, no. The map itself is mediocre. And it was so buggy when it came out. I've seen so many reports about people falling through the floor in the hotel with us, which is the main area for loot. So yeah, the game is the map is it's kind of whatever. And it's not like that it matters that we have that map, because overall the game has become so stale that people just are bored. I mean, there's a reason I stopped, which isn't that I got bored with the game, it's because the game got boring. The game is just not as good as it was in December. December was the prime of this game. The absolute prime. That's where everyone was there. It was super fun. And now it's not. It's just not.
A Swedish businessman with one of the most impressive resumes in the gaming industry. Early in his career, he had founded a small indie studio to build game engines, which later would come to power huge titles such as Battlefield. As Battlefield evolved throughout the years, at its peak in production, it required more than 1,000 developers working on the game. And Patrick, he was in charge of all.
Which is way too many. Way too many. That's way too much people. Way too many. Because you need to pay all these people, which means the game needs to make so much money that you can't take any risks. You can't. The game has to be so formulaic that it's kind of boring.
All of this, overseeing thousands of employees. But Patrick had a very big issue, because he didn't agree with the current state that the gaming industry was in.
The first game we built, we were 7 people to then oversee productions with over 1,000 people. Are the games themselves better? There are more of them, but are they actually better games?
Which is why in 2018, he
And
led.
by the way, I said it as someone that has played the original Battlefield. I think I have that still here somewhere. Battlefield 1942. I had no internet connection. I bought that game and I played it against bots for years. For years against bots. And it was great. Now, can you do that with modern games? No. You literally have to have internet connection. You have to have this and that makes gaming, in my eyes, quite annoying. Quite annoying. Of course, bots aren't the same as, people. But you get the gist.
Left EA to found a new company to prove that you do not need a big team to create a great game. But starting a studio in 2018 is not something you just do.
To launch a new game today, it's harder and harder and harder to break into kind of a critical mass that makes any financial sense.
That's kind of not really true. You can't just have a small studio make a small game that's successful. I mean, we literally have Portwood. Yeah, Portwood. Every developer on that game is a multimillionaire now, just because of the one game they made. So what's the problem here? Maybe your goal was too big. Maybe that's a problem. Yeah.
Patrick, he needed a publisher to fund all of his dreams. And lucky for him, he didn't have to look far. Enter Nexon, an organization consisting of 10,000 employees, bringing in over $3 billion a year. It was the publisher who could fund all of Patrick's dreams, and they needed his help. You see, Nexon was looking to expand into the Western market, seeing as that they were from South Korea and had dominated the Asian market for years. When you seek to expand, you need to find somebody to trust and to believe in. Patrick's track record of creating and running huge AAA games meant that Nexon were willing to place their bet on him. And with that, the dream...
Which actually makes sense. Financially, this is... From a business and financial standpoint, this is a good decision. This is a wise decision. Yes. Absolutely, I agree with that.
of building the greatest games with the smallest teams was about to finally come true. From the get-go, they already had two specific games in mind that they wanted to create. One called The Finals, and the other called Arc Raiders. Now, Arc Raiders was supposed to be the first big hit and the game that would prove the industry wrong. And seeing as Patrick knew that being a small team allowed for more creativity to flow easily, it would make it much easier to create a story and build a world around it, which is essentially one of the main components to creating a AAA game. But just because the team was smaller, didn't mean that everything was much easier. At this point, it's 2020, which is 2 years after they had founded the studio, and no game was even remotely close to being shipped. Because...
Well, yeah, it's 2 years from founding a company and then, you know, bring something out that can take a while, especially if you want it to be very detailed. And they wanted to do that. So yeah, it takes a while. It just does. It's not like back in the day where you had less detail graphically. So building the levels and stuff like that is faster. I mean, makes sense, right?
A great story and world is not the only component that's essential to create a great game.
In free-to-play, you need to, in some ways, make things a little stickier than they would be otherwise, take a little more time, a little more grind, just so players are more incentivized to then spend money on that game.
Now, Embark, they believed that the free-to-play model was the right one for their games. But no matter what gameplay loop they tried to implement within Arc Raiders, it just didn't work.
There was nothing that stitched it together. We lacked any sense of metagame or progression. So you'd have these fun sessions for a few times, but there was nothing that actually pulled you back or kept you going forward.
Embark was running out of time, and they knew that they couldn't force the golden nugget that would make the game good, which meant that the developers were starting to feel some real pressure.
Kyle, can you put a timeline to deliver this game? We need around 2 years. And the answer was no way, 6 months.
Now, this is when Embark did something that would define the future of their studio, because they put Arc Raiders on ice, and instead, they chose to focus all of their energy onto the other game that they were making. The Finals. Now, the reason why they did this was because that the Finals was a pure PvP game, which meant that the golden nugget or the core mechanic that would keep players playing was already there, the replay loop that they needed to make it a great game. As it was released, it completely exploded in popularity, reaching over 240,000 concurrent players.
And then it died off massively.
Finally, Nexon, the publisher, saw that Patrick and his team knew how to create great games, and Patrick got proof that his whole vision of creating a good game with a small team, well, that was actually possible, even though it took them 5 years to get there. But the success was only short-lived, because massive issues started appearing both left and right. Embark was...
Oh, and here we go. What are the issues? Tell me. Because I played the game, but number one, not in its peak, and number two, only for a weekend. I literally hated the art style, which is mostly the character design, because it made me want to vomit. Which is a problem with their studio. All the characters are not as great as they could be. Let me say it that way.
Struggling with hackers, cheaters, and just keeping up with making the matchmaking system fair, which...
So the same problem Arc Raiders has. Oh. Okay. I can see a reoccurring problem here, yeah.
Is issues that requires very fast fixing because it ruins the experience of playing the game. But when your core goal is to remain a small team, it means that you don't necessarily have the right resources to deal with these sort of problems. And by staffing up at this point, they would have to go against their own principle of remaining small. So within months, the Finals, they lost 90% of their player base. They went...
Oh, so just like Arc Raiders. Oh. I see more parallels here. And they're the exact same.
Went from 240,000 concurrent players down to 25. Now what Embark did next...
Now, how about we check? The Finals. One year Yeah, it's very stable. It's quite stable. Wait, did it only come out 1 year? No, that's impossible. Oh yeah, 2024. Really? I don't remember it playing back then. I think I played it way more in the past. Maybe I'm wrong here. But yeah, this is abysmal. Yeah. Wait, they're basically on the same. Oh my god. Arc Raiders is almost down to the. Oh my god. Is almost as dead as the finals. Oh Jesus.
Next is actually quite different from many in the gaming industry because they went out publicly and stated that they had made a mistake.
We didn't do a good job. We lost massive player numbers. It was evident there wasn't enough content in the game. We didn't do a good job enough onboarding players.
Now, as I told you, this was, according to Embark, an opportunity to learn from. And that's why they took everything that happened with the finals and tried to apply it when building Arc Raiders. Firstly, if the finals died from a lack of content, well, Arc Raiders wasn't going to. Embark went all in. As already showed you in a Q&A, they stated that they had 10 years of content planned. Second, and more importantly, well, the team that had been trying to work on Arc Raiders while the remaining had shifted their focus to the finals, well, they had finally found the golden nugget. And I'll show you in a second what that is. Arc Raiders was ready to take the world by storm. On the 30th of October, 2025, Speranza became open to the public as the game was released across all platforms.
Yeah.
But unlike most other AAA
And I was there. It was great. I had so much fun playing this game. So much fun. And I even started playing the game in the servers LAN a month earlier. That's when I tested out the game for free and fell in love with it.
Games, Embark did something that's genuinely genius. You see, instead of pricing the game at the typical premium of $70, $80, they had instead ditched the idea of making it free to play and put a $40 price tag on the game. Some might think that
Which is genius. That's why they got so many players. And I even bought the deluxe edition because I was so, yeah, this is gold. This is a great game. It's worth the money. And to be fair, at least time-wise, I got what I paid for.
They lost out on potential money from this, but matter of fact is just that they sold within 10 weeks over 12 million copies. Do you realize how much money that is? That's about $500 million. Now, as I told you earlier, Embark knew that content was crucial to keep their players coming back to the game, which is why that only a day after releasing it, they already announced the first big roadmap, an entirely new map, brand new and very unique enemies that we hadn't seen yet to fight against, updates that actually felt like it mattered. And
yes, and then they ditched that for months, bringing out updates that didn't matter, new enemies that no one really cared about because they were kind of boring, dangerous but boring, and then no new map for 6 months. Yay! And oh man, don't get me started about the weather conditions. No, map conditions, which are just weather conditions.
the first update came within 14 days of the game's release. And from here, things only got even crazier. Instead of the typical post-release decline of players, Embark would throughout the next months just break their own records constantly, and at one point reach over 3 million people logging into the game every day. If you turned on Twitch, you'd see Arc Raiders in top 5, and that's not for weeks, but for months.
Yeah.
So how does a studio make a game that gets that many people playing at the same time? Now, do you remember when I said that Embark had found their golden nugget? The key mechanic that would give the game its magic. To show you what it is, I need to introduce you to someone. Meet the Burnt Peanut.
Oh no.
Another Twitch streamer who started streaming Arc Raiders the day it was available. But he's not like most of the other streamers out there. Now, what makes him so important to proving my point of what the magic of the game was? It's not that he was the best at the game.
Good bingo. Oh shit.
In fact, it was that he wasn't the best at the
Yeah, he's funny. He's funny. That's the point.
game. Imagine that you're off of work or school for the Christmas holidays. you boot up the game, and it's the Cold Snap event that just came out, meaning that...
Which I loved. While this was going on, 90 to 95% of my raids I did in Cold Snap. And I have said that a lot of times before. Cold Snap is my favorite map condition. And it's gone. They brought it back after it was gone the first time, but it's already gone again. Without any announcement that it's gone again. So I was just sitting here like, where's Cold Snap? Where's Cold Snap? Why can't I never see Cold Snap? Ever. Man.
You get double points when doing your weekly trials. And one of those trials are telling you to go kill some Ark. Now with the event live right now, it's the perfect opportunity for you to log into the game and beat your previous record. So you pack a ton of explosives together with some meds and one of your best weapons to defeat the Ark.
Yeah.
Ready to do some PvE missions.
And then you get killed by some random.
There you are, running out in the open of the map Bluegate with a loadout worth of 80,000, hoping that you won't run into another player. But suddenly, you hear somebody approaching you. It's the Burnt Peanut.
You know, you're actually my first victim of the week.
I just wanted to do my trial, but it's unfortunate I ran into you.
Well, maybe on the next round. That's not true. He's lying. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. He wasn't lying. I feel like a piece of shit. Oh my god. I don't even know if this loot's worth it. I can't even get it out of my mind. Boy, we have to give this stuff back. What was that guy's name? Oh, hello, good sir.
How's it going, man?
We're getting you your items back. Ready up. You want to run this raid or you want to leave?
We can do the trial if you want, because it's kill racketeers.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
And this is where the magic of Ark Raiders happen.
Exactly.
Because you see, initially, the story of the game and the game itself was meant to be purely PvE focused. But Embark had realized that by making it possible for everyone to kill each other, they had found one of the most incredible replayable loops ever.
If you think about what happens when you play against other humans, you just realize that that finite distance gets closer to infinite because now you have all the permutations of human behavior in the session. Some players might not like playing another person because you'll get tryhards that are very, very good. But if we do our job well, then you'll have something that feels balanced and fun, even if you're not the best at aiming or the best at shooting.
And no, of course PvP is nothing new, but what you get in a typical PvP game is the predictability of knowing that everybody's out to shoot you. When you run into someone in Call of Duty, well, you shoot them, obviously. You don't ask questions first. The same goes for any Battle Royale. But in Ark Raiders, seeing as it's an extraction shooter where you don't have to kill everyone to win, the guy walking towards you might not be there to fight you at all. He might be farming blueprints or doing his trials or just looking to defeat one of the harder arcs to find specific materials. And this creates the unpredictability of never knowing what might happen next. It creates constant...
And that was great. It was great. But things changed. Things changed. There was more often, PvP lobbies and PvE lobbies. Literally. And... yeah, that's just how things were.
And that makes up for a very unique experience, which forces you to have these weird, strange, and funny encounters with other people from around the world, which makes for genuine feelings of betrayal and connection between real people. But this is also why a steady stream of content is more important than ever to a specific game like Ark Raiders. Because if unpredictability is the core mechanic of the magic between its players, well then there needs to be different people logging into the game for different reasons. The second that there's no new corners to explore, or we've beaten the same Ark for the 100th time, the guy doing PvE, farming blueprints, or just looking to farm materials, well, he stops loading in. And the only ones that are left are those who have one thing in mind, and that is to shoot everyone they see on sight. The PvPers. Which literally kills the magic of the game, because then it becomes predictable. Because you know that whenever you see somebody, they're going to shoot you, and you have to shoot back at them. No longer there's any genuine and unexpected interactions between people. Now, I want you to remember this for later.
He's absolutely right with that.
Later, because it's very important to understand what happened to the magic and why Embark can't bring it back. Now, in a game like Ark Raiders, content can never just be new skins or weapons.
Which is exactly what they're doing at the moment. And they're doing that for months now.
Because it has to give players real and different reasons to log into the game, which is also why it was a genius move by Embark to have a roadmap ready. And throughout the months of the release of the game, it would consistently stay among top 5 on Twitch, with a guy like the Burnt Peanut streaming it every single day for hours upon hours. But for the first time, something was about to go very, very wrong. When you attract millions upon millions of people in a game that needs a fine balance between those who come to PvP and those who come to PvE, then you also attract those who seek to ruin the experience for others. And the timing of what was about to happen next, it couldn't be any worse. Hackers had found their way into every single lobby that the streamers were playing, and the players also started to notice that you could get headshot from across the map. The biggest streamers got targeted every day live on stream, making the game unplayable.
They're everywhere. They're literally everywhere. I can't believe it. Jesus Christ.
Those guys. Dude, one of those guys was hacking, bro.
Where are they even shooting us from?
Oh, there's a guy!
Where? Oh! Oh my God, he's cheating. What a sweet treat. What a sweet delight.
Brother, you realize you're gonna get fucking banned, right? Like 100% you're getting banned.
Yeah, he's cheating. 6 cheaters, by the way. Yeah, he's cheating.
You're just so fucking fat, bitch.
And while all of this was
I'm so happy I'm not a PvPer. I'm so happy I didn't run into this shit. Now, I, of course, got killed, but I wouldn't be able to tell you if it were cheaters or not. Absolutely not, because I'm not into that, you know, scene of doing PvP in that game. I just don't.
Going on, Embark had a huge problem on their hand, because they had been grinding years on end to ship the game, and just as they had gotten through the first months of the release, the team had sent out a Christmas card to every player, stating, "We are gone on Christmas break. There were no end date." And they chose to take a break while they were running one of the biggest multiplayer online service games, so there were no one to enforce any anti-cheat, and the stream snipers and hackers, well, they were just running loose. Literally everyone started taunting Embark for not prioritizing the player experience. But Embark just remained completely silent until January 5th. Better late than never, Embark had returned to the office, immediately putting up 3 job posts for anti-cheat roles. But that's when they made another mistake that would come back to haunt them much later. Because they knew they had to address their lack of presence and hopefully reattract some of the players that was lost along the way. So they had sent out another letter to the players. And that letter stated, "We are here for the long term, to build a game that continues to excite and surprise. We hope you stick around for the journey." Oh, the irony of this message you're about to see. Now, together with that, they also awarded everyone who had been playing throughout the winter 1,000 free credits to use within the game on skins. Now, luckily for Embark, they had something very soon coming up. Something that could make amends with the players. Because January 23rd, they announced the next big roadmap called Escalation. It was a new update coming every month.
I remember that. Yeah, that completely fell flat. That completely fell flat. That was a nothing burger. That was so disappointing. Every month you wait for an update and there's just nothing. And then you get, oh, one new arc. Oh, a new weather condition. And the problem isn't even that. I mean, the weather conditions, generally they're a good idea. That's great. But currently there are 6 maps in the game, and we have 5 weather conditions, major weather conditions, and there are at maximum 2 active at all times. Maximum 2. Sometimes there's only 1. 1 of 5. Why is that? People would like to play in them, but we can't have that because that's fun. That's why.
Just like we had when the game released. Now, the roadmap didn't exactly say what the updates would contain, other than just headlines of new map conditions and enemies to fight. Surely this would make amends and get people back into the game, experience the magic that it had, right? Well, that was not exactly what was about to go down. In fact, everything is about to get much, much worse.
Yes.
Come the first update of the roadmap, the entire player base couldn't believe what Embark had chosen to release.
It's called Bird City. You go around and you loot.
No, you gotta be joking. What is it actually?
You go around and loot nests that the birds drop.
To be fair, that thing is actually cool. If you're lacking resources and money, Bird City is actually really cool. I actually like Bird City. They're making fun of it, and I can see why, but it's fun. It's really nice. Now it's only active, I think, twice per day now. And of course only on one map. But still, it's nice.
Actually put a shotgun in my hand, of course, to play the game.
But it didn't just stop at Bird City, because in the same patch, Embark had tried to do something against the cheating.
Oh, anti-cheat. A 3 strikes progressive ban system is in the process of being implemented. Bans will progress from 30 days to 60, and finally a perma-ban for repeat. If that better be for just exploitation. If they're talking about aim hacks with a 30-day ban, these guys are actually off the rocker.
Do you notice how the tone has shifted? Instead of Embark being this new, quirky, small indie studio that had made some of the best games of the decade, they were starting to get labeled as clueless as to what their players want. But the hacking and the bad content updates were about to be the least of their problems. Because very soon, something was about to literally ruin the game. One random morning, the Burnt Peanut had just started his stream as he ran into a stranger. A stranger who had been trying to track down the Burnt Peanut live on stream to warn everyone of what was about to happen to the game.
Oh. Okay.
Somebody there?
Yeah.
I might have seen this in a short before, but I don't remember because it's a while ago.
Hello.
Would you like a rubber duck?
I would love a rubber duck. Yes.
Take some ducks.
Oh, thank you, good sir.
Oh, this is about the duplication glitches. Oh my god.
You cheat to get these ducks.
Mr. Peanut.
This is a lot of ducks.
Mr. Peanut, we need to get something patched. You're gonna take those 2 ducks.
Okay.
Now you're going to split the 2 ducks. So split them. And
Don't wait. Everybody's saying I can't do this.
Mr. Peanut, it is a broken feature, and I'm bringing awareness to the feature. You should definitely contact somebody because it's kind of weird.
Oh, okay. I will tell someone, but I shan't do it myself.
You see, players had found a way to endlessly duplicate the very same rubber ducks that were found inside the chimneys of the Bird City map condition. They weren't really worth much, but...
Not worth much, it's 7k. That's one. That's a lot. That is a lot. If you look at the things in the game, that's a lot. Now, they don't stack, but you can have a full inventory of these. That's a lot of money.
When they stacked up to 50...
But to be fair, money is not really worth a lot in the game, because you barely use it. At least I did. I didn't.
And you could just duplicate them endlessly. You could extract from the game with over 2 million of the game's currency.
Yeah.
That's over 10 times of what a really good raid would net you. Within hours, the entire game's economy was literally just destroyed. But it wasn't just the economy that was the victim of this duplicating glitch. Oh no, because the players had found out that you could also duplicate explosives. And that became a much, much bigger problem.
I think both teams are doing it. I think everyone's doing it. Stay back, you demon!
Oh my god!
Every lobby was literally unplayable, as every player ran rampant with just unending C4. Now, Embark, they knew they had to take this serious, because if you didn't already realize, this has happened to them before. They experienced the exact same issues back when the finals had released. Too many technical problems and not enough developers to fix them. Are you starting to see the pattern here?
Great.
Embark knew it had to be different this time. They had to do something about it, and they had to do it immediately. So within a matter of hours, they actually managed to patch the game, while punishing those who had been using these bugs with ill intent. Within a few days, everything seemed to be back to normal, except something had been going down. Only this time, it wasn't inside the game. In fact, it wasn't even inside the studio. The game studio Bungie had been working on a game exactly like...
Really? Really? That Marathon is being seen as, oh my god, this is dangerous for Arc Raiders? No, and it never was. This game is trash.
Arc Raiders, called Marathon, but unlike Embark, they had one massive edge. You see, they didn't have some sort of principle of keeping their team small. In fact, it was far from it. You see, Bungie already knew how important it was to keep a steady stream of content and ensuring that hackers and exploiters couldn't ruin the game experience for everyone else. Which is also why that Bungie relocated 300 of their 850 developers onto Marathon. Just for comparison, Embark had 60 people working on Arc Raiders.
Yes, but we have to keep in mind here, Marathon is a major flop and Sony just laid off half the people at Bungie. Half the people at Bungie are gone. So keep that in mind.
That means that Bungie could essentially create content 5 times as fast. Now they were...
But is there any? And by the way, only because you have more people doesn't mean you are working faster.
Weren't shy of letting Embark know that they were trying to take them down.
Anyone found to be cheating would be permanent from playing Marathon forever and no second chances. Bro, I'm telling you, this is such a shot. This tweet is literally directly at Arc Raiders.
On paper, Bungie had exactly what Embark didn't. But then the game actually came out. The studio had paid the streamers a ton of money to play the game, but the second that the Burnt Peanut opened up Marathon instead of Arc Raiders, his own chat turned on him.
How much they pay you to play this trash? I'm getting $1 million a minute, actually. This game is shit. This game is trash. Listen to your audience. If we keep dogging on new games, what you're going to have until you are 90 is Call of Duty 56, Halo 72. Everybody's like, oh, dude, it's the same game every year.
Now, when people described the experience of playing Marathon, it felt a lot more snappy, and it reminded people much of a PvP game like Apex Legends.
Well, yeah, because it's an ego shooter. First person, you know. Of course it does feel like that. I mean, that's a studio behind Destiny 1 and 2 and Halo. What did you expect? Duh.
This game is
You see, Peanut's audience and most of the players had already realized what 300 of the developers at Bungie hadn't. Marathon just didn't have the magic that Arc Raiders did. Nobody really had the genuine experience of running into people that were out doing PvE. Instead, most just shot each other on sight. And that's the whole thing, as we already discussed. No uncertainty. There's no, are you friendly? Instead, it's just another PvP game like the rest. The thing that Bungie was really good at was not creating a good game. Rather, it was running it. And it simply couldn't kill Arc Raiders. In fact, no other competitor really could. Because the only studio capable of actually killing Arc Raiders was Embark.
Just like Blizzard killed World of Warcraft. Just like Blizzard killed World of Warcraft. No other company could kill World of Warcraft. But Blizzard could, and they did. Oh my god, World of Warcraft is so dead. And I'm not sad about that. It's, I mean, that's what I expect from the people that work on the game.
You see, while all of this had been going down, Arc Raiders' player base was in fact bleeding. And that's not because Marathon drew people away. Oh no. In the midst of it all, Peanut actually highlighted live on stream what the problem actually was.
I don't think they're coming out with content as fast as we need them to.
And some streamers already had started to leave the game. Which is why, as a response to this, Patrick did something that you would never expect. Something that would go literally against his own philosophy of creating the studio, Embark. In an interview with IGN, Patrick stated that they would finally be growing the studio. hiring more people,
Thank God.
building more of Arc Raiders, and building even more of the finals. Maybe that could get Arc Raiders back on track. Now, of course, hiring takes time, and we were still in the middle of the roadmap escalation, which means that we, the player base, had to rely on the already planned content for the coming months. Remember the first one? The one that had Bird City in it? That cost Arc Raiders 20% of its player base. But that's when Embark really dropped the ball. They put in new map conditions and enemies to fight. On paper, it was
Yes, but that's literally it. Where is it? I think this is it. Yeah. New map condition that was Hurricane, which the Hurricane damages your shield, and it blows arc away, and you have low visibility. The new arc threat that were the new Rolly Ball and the Firefly. I think that's it. Yes. And that's literally it. That's the content. Now the player project, you can see us at content, but no one cares. You're doing shit for cosmetics, basically. Raider deck, same, just for cosmetics. Map update, yeah, sure. Some balancing of the maps, yeah. Expedition, yeah, that shit. Oh, and then in March, a new map condition. I don't even know what that is. Absolutely don't know. In March? I don't know. New arc. I don't even remember this. I completely don't remember this.
The ball. They put in new map conditions and enemies to fight. On paper, it was actually exciting, and players were trying to figure out and speculating as what these new enemies could be. Some got very creative and thought that we would get an arc that could disguise itself as another raider, gesturing emotes and asking if you were friendly just to lure you in to finally attack you once you got close. But what we got was nothing like that.
The only major update they done to the game was adding those 2 other arcs, and I just could not imagine the meeting. They're like, guys, what about instead of a ball that shoots fire, there's a drone that shoots fire, and the whole room just goes insane.
Yep.
What will they think of next? I love to pick their brain for a second.
We felt cheated, and we also felt bored, as what we got was more like something they had come up with in panic. And with this, the game took another big hit and lost 30% of its player base. But we're not done yet, because the roadmap had just one more update to go.
The 31st is the update, right?
Yeah, there's a new map condition, they're saying.
So we had Bird City, then we had Hurricane.
Careful, spotters.
What are we going to have next? Slightly cloudy? A small drizzle? A bit chilly outside? What's the big plan Imbach is cooking up these days?
Yeah.
And with that, of course, the headlines also changed to Can Riventides, the last update, save Arc Raiders? Now,
oh, Riventides. Oh, yeah, that thing, yeah. That's the update that brought, well, the map Riventides. And I think I played the map once or twice, and then I was basically done with it. I didn't touch it after that for weeks, because I just didn't like it.
Riventides was actually a different update than the rest, because we could see in the roadmap it stated that we would get an entirely new map.
New map Riventides, not a worry on my mind.
And a new map would be very different, because we hadn't gotten that the past 5 months. A lot of the speculation in the community were that this would be a coastal themed map. One that was of huge scale, where we could go explore the coast and see some of the industry of the harbor there. But
the map is really small, really small. It's a small. I think it's the smallest or second smallest map in the game. There are 2 main exits, and yes, 2. That's how small the game is. The map is. And 3 radar hatches. Great.
But as it released, players found it shockingly small, empty and claustrophobic compared to the teasers. Despite the coastal theme, the actual shoreline and ocean water were largely kept out of bounds. And even worse, The map suffered from an incredibly low density of items that you could loot, which gave players very little to no reason to load into the map to go explore it. This final patch made the game take a huge hit on its active player count, as it lost 40% of its players. Even the burnt Peanut finally had it. He left it and put the game on the shelf. But while everyone was sort of running away, there was still a tiny, small glimpse of hope. Because as I told you earlier, Patrick had actually gone against his own vision and started to hire new people. But what if I told you that this is actually not what happened? Because in the very same statement, Patrick actually showed us his very true colors. Let's go back to it real quick, because I want to show you something. Do you see this? In the very same interview, as stating that they want to build more of Arc Raiders and the finals by staffing up, Patrick also admits to having 2 new games in development that they hope to finish. In reality.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, that explains why. Yeah, that explains everything. I didn't even remember this. But yeah, that explains it. Yeah, no wonder that small team doesn't get anything done. No wonder. With a studio of 60 people, you can't have 2 live service games currently running and develop two more games. That's impossible. That's absolutely impossible. That's ridiculous.
In reality, Patrick hadn't gone against his own vision of creating great games with small teams. You see, the money that they made from Arc Raiders, it wasn't going to be spent to deliver the 10 years of content that they had promised. You might be asking, well, Rick, how do you know that? And I'm glad you asked. Let me show you. In May 2026, Nexon, the publisher of Embark, you might remember, they went out publicly and stated that Arc Raiders would no longer get its monthly content. Instead, only every 6 months. Now, to no surprise, in June, as it was the first month without a proper update.
To be fair, that's not a problem as long as the updates are massive. And yes, massive. They have to completely change the game, basically. At least 1 new map, a bunch of new arcs, a bunch of map conditions, but that doesn't mean you don't even need new map conditions, because the map conditions that are in the game already, you never see them. So why implement new ones? That isn't even worth the time developing. Yeah, new guns, new equipment, stuff like that, and you have to have massive amounts of that with every update. If you push out updates every 6 months. If you don't do that, yeah, the game's dead.
The player base just dropped by another 43.5%. What happened to all the things that they promised that they had to show us coming back from their Christmas break? What happened to 10 years of content? I wish I could tell you why that they would make up empty promises, but maybe I can help you imagine. Because do you remember when the founder said this?
You'll see players jump on, they'll stay there for a while, but guess what? Then they drop out and go and do something else. So it's on us as game developers. It's not the gamer's fault. You know, we need to do a better job making sure that they have a need and a desire to stick around playing our game.
Patrick knew that with Arc Raiders, they did indeed have a banger of a game at hand. And he also knew what its main problem would be. They had just gone through it from the finals. Why would you think that just one well-planned roadmap would be enough? Why wouldn't he act on his own worries? Now, the answer is quite ironic. You see, Patrick founded Embark, as I've stated multiple times, with the ambition to prove that it doesn't require a big team to create a great game. But there's just one very important thing that he's left out of that beautiful vision. Because creating a great game is only half of what makes it succeed. Keeping it alive and relevant is the other half. Embark is a studio made to build games, not run them. And every time
which you can see because they're so incompetent. Never played Arc Raiders? Well, there's literally no reason to start anymore. The game is basically done. Remember a space game that flopped on launch and got better? Over Starfield? Well, yeah, it's definitely not Starfield. That game is still shit. So this is entertainment tonight for games. Yes, basically, yes. And while we are at, how to run a live service game. This is how you run a live service game. They came out, they did, oh yeah, we release updates as often as possible to updates every 3 months. And look at this. They only grew. This is success. Let's go to 3 years. This is success. Every peak is a new season. People play it until they get bored with it, and then they leave. They do something else. And then when a new announcement comes up, they look at it and then they decide, am I going to play this or not? Then, oh yeah, I play it. And that's going on for years. Years and years and years. This game came out in 20... I actually started in closed beta in 20, I think 12 or 13. And Path of Exile 2, of course, same studio. And same thing. Now, the peak still was on release of the early access, but we can see. But this is also, you have to pay to get into early access. So at the end of this year, most likely in December, when the game goes free to play with the complete campaign and complete end game, which we finally have, I expect this to maybe even reach 1 million. When they got so many people, when the game came out unfinished, and you had to pay money for it. Imagine the player numbers when they come out with the finished game, and it's free to play. You have never been into Diablo 2. In college there was a remake. Oh. You must be quite young. Miss Heroes of the Storms. To see... Oh. I played Heroes of the Storms. It gave me actually headaches. I'm not sure why. I think it was the field of view. One guy is streaming to 72 people. Well, that's more than I have. Okay. But yeah, you can release content and you can have a live service game that doesn't fall off. If you know how to release content, which MBug obviously doesn't. You think Path of Exile will make Blade for players, but it also there's a meme where someone is shown the full Final Fantasy X sphere grid, but it zooms out. Oh, you mean the passive skill tree? Yes, the passive skill tree. It's massive. It's very intimidating if you are new. Yeah, the Path of Exile. This goes for Path of Exile 1 and 2. And that's just the passive skill tree for the main character. You have also passive skill trees for the end game. When you do maps. You want that? Good. Good. I like stuff like that too. That's why I play the game. It's overwhelming and I never go for the end game boss because I get bored and annoyed that everything takes so long and is so complicated, but that doesn't mean I don't like the game. I spent a lot of money into the games. It gave you a headache when we were trying to look at it. I can understand that. I can totally understand that. And that is why you use skill guides. No, build guides. Your favorite game of all times is Morrowind. Understandable. I actually got that back in the day and I was too stupid to play it. I was so stupid. Here comes the but. What is the but? You had no idea? about... You read IGN. Oh, big mistake. Huge mistake. The people at IGN are fucking retarded. But that's not hard. They are games journalists. They reviewed it. They reviewed what? Well, not Morrowind. That game is too old. You wanna respect everyone? No. Don't. Respect has to be earned. And I think it's very clear that games journalists don't deserve respect. I think it's very clear. Human beings deserve respect? No. People that behave in a way that earns them respect deserve to be respected. I'm very simple when it comes to that. Very simple. Okay. You have read magazines. You have read from magazine workers reviewing games in the 80s for things like ZX Spectrum and C64. Well, yeah. That was back in the day. The thing is, back in the day, people that were reviewing games were playing games. They liked games. The people at the games journalists these days, they don't like games, which is very clear on how they review games. Before you were born, well, yeah. I still remember how cool it was to read articles in games magazines in the 90s and the early 2000s. I had those magazines, man. I had so many of them, and then I threw them away because, you know, they're in the way. Everything is just in the way. At a certain point, you can't just keep everything just for nostalgia. That just doesn't work. At all.
Project comes along, if they don't hire more staff, they are forced to take people away from the existing projects. They instead choose to spend the money that they made from selling 16 million copies of Arc Raiders on creating new projects that they can't even disclose yet. But unfortunately for Embark, the truth is just that by doing this 2 times in a row, you are starting to show a pattern, which means that they are also in a bit of trouble here. Because selling these new projects that are undisclosed in the future will also require them to rely on their reputation as a studio. Embark can't pull the new in class card anymore, because the repeat pattern of creating empty and broken promises is creating distrust within their own players. And speaking of empty and broken promises...
Yeah, I... Already with the finals, I was like, oh, it's another one of these studios, you know, DEI hires and stuff like that. So why would I say that? Because the characters in the game are ugly, or at least not attractive, and the same goes for Arc Raiders. That's a pattern. And now they have a pattern of basically abandon the games. So yeah. So why would I trust them again with a game? Why would I? I mean, I don't buy EA games anymore, or Activision, or Blizzard, or Microsoft. I avoid things like that like the plague, because I don't want to give pieces of shit money. So yeah. I think I have to put Embark on that list too. Who could have guessed?
What do you think Patrick's role is today? Well, it's not only running Embark Studios. In February, just as Arc Raiders had literally peaked, he had got a new job offer, one that he simply couldn't refuse. Nexon, Embark's own publisher, had offered him to become executive chairman of the entire organization, which consists of 10,000 employees, while also running Embark that today has 500 employees. So much for trying to get away from long-running productions and to create a small studio with the vision of making great games with small teams. Now, with the first 6-month update coming soon in October, not all players has lost hope just yet.
Yeah. I've never seen a game fumble
so hard.
Yeah.
I honestly still think there's a chance. Listen, I'm going to get a lot of shit for this, but I don't think it's dead yet. I think they still have a chance. I believe this is their last chance. I will say that. If they sit down and crack it out and hit us hard, I think there's a chance.
But the problem is just that the players that are left, they're not just any type of player. If you look up any stream or YouTube video about Arc Raiders these days, it's clear that the goal of the players that are left are to kill as many people as possible.
Yeah.
They are strictly PvP players, which essentially also makes it close to impossible for either a new player or a returning PvE player to return to the game. Because every time you enter...
That's actually not true. Until I stopped playing the game, I was in PvE lobbies all the time. There was rarely any PvP going on. Rarely. You don't want to hear from a P that you were learning Rust syntax from a Chinese flag person. Okay, so what?
A lobby, the first time you see another raider, they're not going to ask you if you're friendly. They're just going to shoot you on sight. What's important to Arc Raiders and its magic is that it has a steady stream of content that can constantly pull in players with different reasons to play the game. And if that only comes every 6 months, no matter how meaningful it is, only in a matter of weeks, the same players who had returned will now be gone again. And the same lobby...
Which is not the problem. That's not the... People don't understand how to make games. The people don't understand that it's fine to play something for a while and then just leave. Well, why is that a problem? It's not a problem. Oh my god. Why is everyone these days so stupid? Learn from the people that actually made it, aka grinding G games.
Will turn into PvP only again, with no real interaction to be found between its players. Maybe Embark can bring us back to Speranza, maybe for a short while, but you and I both know that we will never get to experience Arc Raiders like we once did.
He's right. He's absolutely right. I will never have as much fun in Arc Raiders again as I had in December after it came out. Which is sad. Which is really sad. Because I really like this game. I was looking forward to the roadmap and everything new releasing. I was really looking forward to it, but seeing how everything unfolds within the company and the game, why would I give a damn anymore? And that's fundamentally the thing. Why would I care about live service game? About this live service game that doesn't know how to bring content when I have 2 other live service games that do know how to do that, and I enjoy playing that game, those games. Why would I care about more live service games? Yeah, but that's fundamentally it. But why would I care? Yeah, this is a good video, very good video from Rick Ray. Good analysis, but still at the end he was still like, oh yeah, game needs to have massive amounts of players all the time, which is wrong. It's wrong. But that's a problem with PvP games. PvP games need that because they need all the players all the time because you have to shoot other people, right? If you have a PvE game, you don't. You can have months without new content. And then you bring out content and then people come back. It's just like that. It's literally just what grinding Gear games does with PoE 1 and 2. Yeah. And with that, we are at the end of this video. Let me know in the comments if you... Well, do you agree with me? Do you agree with him? And if you like this, give it a like. If you want to see more of this, subscribe. And see you next time. Bye-bye. What do I like? You mean games? Well, I like a lot of survivor games, actually. Can you hear that? I think you can. That's an airplane. Great. So on Thursday, I tried the demo of this game and then I bought it. It's an early access survivor game and it's really fun. 2 weeks ago, I tried the demo of this game and then I bought it on stream just like the other one. And I have now 36 hours in it. It's really fun. Next week, I think we will play this or this demo. I am not sure. But in general, you know, we have these. We have Rising Storm 2 Vietnam, Path Exile 1, 2. We got Tower Defense, the game here. Yeah, I don't like Counter-Strike 2. PUBG doesn't run on my system anymore. Yeah. Oh, the stupid window. Oh boy, give me a sec. Okay. I have to read here. You know, a lot of games, Unreal Tournament 2004, that game was great. Basically, every Unreal Tournament game was great. Onslaught maps, but then Unreal Tournament 3 came out, and the Unreal went back to being a game engine. Yes. The last Unreal Tournament was not... Well, they never finished it. I have no idea who Cliffy is. Imagine applying this to politics. What do you mean with that? What do you mean by that? Death Must Die. I think I've heard of that, yes. Yes, your favorite was playing it for years. But your Steam Deck... But... Oh, you left... Oh, that's not nice. Your Steam Deck basically died. Yeah, that's not good. Oh. The save file for Death Must Die, I think it might be saved on Steam Cloud. I think that's the case, but I'm not 100% sure. So where is my... Watch later. There we go. We all got no bigger problems. Yeah, sure. Sure. Okay. I quickly kill a spider and get me something to drink. And then... Ow. We do something more. Oh, Jesus. Man, it's warm here. Way too warm. Yes, I have to kill spider. There's a spider. It's staring at me. It's not really because of hydrating. Well, actually I should. Crap, I was muted. Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, that was a big oopsie. So now I actually wanna watch this one. Everyone is warming fast. What? Everywhere is warming faster than the rest of the world. Wait, what? Everywhere is warming faster than the rest of the world. Something's wrong with these climate headlines. Well, yes. Yes, it is. I wanted to talk about global warming and shit like that for a while now. And I think we have the perfect point here. You tried to ignore her. Oh, why? Because so we are talking about global warming and the weather now. So we have to establish something. So for the past couple of years, it has been really, really cold in Germany. And I mean really, really cold. For example, the heat wave, you know, that was going on a while ago in Europe. That was just a normal summer in the 2000s, 2010s, even in the very early 2020s. Just a normal summer. We had these temperatures all the time. Not during heat waves, just normal summer temperature. And now that's a heat wave. That is all so bad. While just a couple of years ago we were like, oh yeah, nice summer weather. You would love to skate on the Thames. Well, in less than 100 years you will be able to. Here we go. United Nations. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. Human activities have been the main driver of climate change, primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil and gas. So you're telling me that the climate change 500,000 years ago is because we burned so much fossil fuels? Because we have to establish more things. Climate changes happened all the time. All the time. That's nothing special. Climate change is just a normal thing. There actually, to my knowledge, has never been a period in the history of the entire planet where climate was actually stable. There were always bigger and smaller fluctuations. And what we see in the past 200 years is one of the smaller fluctuations, actually. But people don't know that because they are uneducated when it comes to the history of the freaking planet. It's just a lack of education and, of course, propaganda. What do I think about glass fragments on our moon? What do you mean by that? I mean, glass is literally just molten sand. I mean, of course there would be glass fragments on other planets than, you know, on moons and other planets than just Earth. Of course. Why wouldn't there? Why wouldn't be an area on another planet or whatever so hot that glass melts? I mean, volcanic eruptions there. It's the same with saying that diamonds are rare. They aren't. Diamonds are not rare. You can find diamonds everywhere with volcanic activity. And volcanic activity has been everywhere on the freaking planet. Okay, here we go.
I recently came across a compilation of headlines from the past years, according to which, quote, everywhere is warming faster than the rest of the world. This can't possibly be, can it?
Of course it can't. It's illogical.
Unless the rest of the world has left. And I mean, who knows? Have you checked on Uzbekistan lately? In any case, let's have a look. First, let's see whether these headlines are...
Let's see. Israel warming up almost twice as fast as rest of world data shows. How would that be possible? Canada warming twice as fast as the rest of the world report shows. Australia is heating up faster than the rest of the world. I see a pattern here. South Pole warming 3 times faster than rest of Earth study. Africa is warming more and faster than rest of the world.
actually exist. New England is warming up faster than the rest of the world. Europe is warming twice as fast as the rest of the planet. Canada warming twice as fast as the rest of the world. Israel warming up almost twice as fast as rest of world. Australia is heating up faster than the rest of the world. Car park behind Walmart is warming faster than the rest of the known universe. Just checking if you're listening. China is warming faster.
That one is funny. China warming faster than global average as extreme weather intensifies, report says. What extreme weather? What extreme weather? We haven't had any extreme weather. What is extreme weather? Extreme weather is just weather. Which, you know that they say, oh yeah, due to global warming, we will have more rain and more floods and everything will be fine. In Germany, we have literally less floods. I remember when I was a kid, we had floods every spring. Every spring we had floods. Why? Because the snow in the mountains would melt, which, in addition with rain, would cause massive floods. That doesn't happen anymore. It actually doesn't happen anymore for about almost around 30 years now. Everything is fine. No floods. In Germany, do you have debate teams? I don't know. And remember when they all saying that, oh yeah, due to the heat we will have more wild forest fires and stuff like that? In the 90s, we had on average 1 forest fire per year. We don't anymore. For almost 30 years, we barely have any forest fires ever. Ever. Start one? Why would I? I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about debate teams. So, but the politics and everyone says, oh yeah, this is all horrible, or it's bad, it's so bad. No, it's not. But nothing is happening. Literally nothing is happening, and I will now even go more controversial. So I was working in landscaping a couple of years ago, and the last year I did that in that spring and summer. Almost the entirety of the spring and half of the summer was rainy weather. And with rainy weather, I don't mean, oh yeah, it occasionally rains. No, I mean basically 5 days a week it rained. No, it didn't rain all day long, but it rained at basically 5 days per week on average. And the temperatures were very cold. In the middle of summer, we barely reached 20 degrees Celsius. And that in the middle of summer. Now for me that was kind of great because I didn't have any allergies. Which is the same way this year. We have, in the middle of summer, it's actually hot. Which is just a normal summer in the 2000s, late 90s and 2010s. But I have no allergies. Which is not normal. I have allergies normally for 6 months of the year because, you know, of all the poles flying around. But there's nothing. There's nothing at the moment. And for a while now. And it's not, you know, that was, that 1 year. No. After that year. The years until, well, this year too. This year isn't split. This year is not, oh my god, it's so hot. It's not. It's not. This is just a summer. It's not even a particularly hot summer. It's just warm. We have some hot days, but even these hot days that we have this summer were normal summer days in the past. That was just normal temperature for months. A couple of weeks ago, the heat wave, that was just how the weather was for 4 months. The entirety of the actual summer. 4 months that weather. No rain, nothing. Just brooding heat. That was the norm. That was the summer. Now, oh, that's a heat wave. What does that mean? That means that the average temperature now is lower. Just saying. Just saying. And with the, oh, it has gotten colder. It was not only that 1 year. The year afterwards was the same, but almost the same. It was very, very cold in the summer. And then the next year after that, it was a little warmer. And after that, it was again, I think, a little... No, that... I think that year is now. I thought about the time frame this morning, I think, or last night. And I've completely forgotten it. And I think that this is now the 4th summer, which is colder than it was in the 30 years before. Just saying. Just saying. And they are making it out at it being all so hot. Oh, right. I remember the first summer I was talking about, where, you know, half the summer was rainy. That was also the summer where they said, oh my god, this is the hottest day ever recorded. Oh my god. While I was here freezing. So much for that. By the way, one reason why all the recordings show increasing temperatures is because you have these, you know, measuring stations, right? That measure temperature, pressure, you know, things like that. And about 200 years ago, they put one of these things on a field, right? Measuring everything fine. Well, now there isn't a field anymore. It's now a parking lot surrounded by buildings. Of course, that thing now measures higher temperatures because the sun, and with that the heat, gets reflected by the buildings around us and the pavement of the parking lot, all going into the measuring tool. Of course, it then measures higher temperatures. Freezing on hottest day of ever recorded. Do you have anything on that? Well, I was there. Well, it might not have been freezing, but it was cold. But it was definitely not the coldest day ever recorded. All these things are meaningless. All these things are meaningless. But now you have to do something positive for. The thing is, when they say, oh, it's the whatever ever recorded. We aren't recording the weather for 1,000 years. It's barely 200. Barely 200. Barely 200 years of recording weather. And we started recording after an ice age ended. But what happens if an ice age ends? It gets warmer. So yeah, of course there has been global warming. I mean, an ice age ended, duh. Do you know who I might talk to? I have no idea. No clue. So there's actually zero evidence that global warming is man-made, because we have no data on that. Zero. There's no data on, oh yeah, this is absolutely man-made, because no. The temperature rise is actually not high enough. And that's also a thing. It should be actually warmer. When they say talk about, oh yeah, until 2100 there will be a further increase in temperature of 1.6 degrees Celsius. That's what we should have right now. It's actually colder than it's supposed to be. Because of the pollution, because it's reflecting the sunlight, which makes the climate colder. Man, which by the way is it's literally what volcanic eruptions do. They put out massive clouds of, you know, CO2, which dim the sun, which leads to lower temperatures. I'm a bait for you. Great. How about we, for now, we go back to the video. The video is not even going on for a minute and I'm rambling on around for 15 minutes.
Than a global average, Africa's warming more and faster than the rest of the world. Middle East heating nearly twice as fast as global average. South Pole warming 3 times faster than the rest of Earth. Finland is warming faster than the rest of the world, and so on. Okay, so the headlines are all real. The next thing to check is whether the headlines are about real papers.
Oh yeah, that's actually really good. Check it.
The answer is yes. For each of these headlines, there's a scientific publication that's been peer-reviewed or a report from some government institution. The journals are of rather mixed quality, but either way...
Oh, why I'm not surprised by that.
It seems like contradictory studies are being published in the scientific literature, leading to unnecessarily alarming headlines which claim every part of the world warms faster than the other. That's what it might seem, but there's something else going on, and it's a two-step explanation. First, there's the question of what the headlines actually mean. Most of the headlines...
That's a good question.
Is warming faster than the rest of the planet, or in some cases faster than the global average. The media takes these two things to mean the same, but colloquially we don't interpret them the same. Suppose you have a forest with trees that are growing. The trees don't all grow at exactly the same speed. Some grow a little faster, some a little slower. If the height is normal...
Exactly, that makes a lot of sense, yes. I see that all the time. Because I'm surrounded by forest, by the way. No matter where I go, I can see forest. Or at least trees.
Distributed, you expect half of the trees to grow faster than average. Okay, but if you pick a particular tree and say it grows faster than the rest of the trees, you'd mean it's actually the fastest, not just faster than average. So this is the first problem with the headlines. They write faster than the rest and mean faster than average. It's then not very surprising that so many countries warm faster than the rest. It's like saying half of Americans are more intelligent than average, because that's how averages work.
Well, yeah.
Environmental destruction affects us all, but luckily we can do something about it. Together, you and I and my friends at Planet Wild. Planet Wild is a community-based environmental protection organization. They're funding the restoration of ecosystems to preserve our nature and wildlife by partnering with different organizations every month. I've been part of their community for years now, and I've been really impressed by their work. They document all their projects with video reports that you can find right here on YouTube.
That's actually nice. It's an ad, but that's actually nice. It's actually nice. By the way, I do something similar. By that I mean I throw about a lot of seeds for flowers. Which partly worked, partly didn't.
This way you get to see the immediate impact of your contribution. And that's what I find so great about Planet Wild. They don't leave me...
Wait, what? You think I'm fake? Okay. You can think that if you want. I am too old to care about things like that.
Wondering where my money goes. In one of their recent missions, they bought an abandoned fish farm in Poland and turned it into a beaver paradise to restore the local biodiversity. This is a lovely example of the low-cost, high-impact work that Planet Wild is doing. Joining Planet Wild is a simple yet effective way to help this planet. And to give you a little more encouragement, I'll cover the first month of your subscription if you're among the first 100 people signing up with my code. And now, back to the science news. Still, you might say, okay, but then which are the other half of places that are warming slower than average? Pretty much the only place I could not find warming faster in the headlines was New Zealand. And indeed, that gives you a clue. New Zealand is surrounded by water, and the temperature of the water very strongly determines the climate in New Zealand. The thing is that when climate scientists speak of the global average temperature, that includes the temperature of the oceans. But most of the surface of Earth, about 70%, is covered by oceans. And the oceans warm slower than land, basically, because they're better at circulating the heat down. So the basic reason that every country seems to be warming faster than the rest of the world is that the rest of the world is water. And
oh my god, is it that simple? Is it that simple? And at the same time, so stupid? Which wouldn't be surprising. I mean, at this point I don't expect people to be intelligent, because damn, a lot of them just aren't. They just aren't intelligent.
Land is warming faster than the water. This video from NASA data is a good summary. You can see basically how the hotspots hover over the land areas, not entirely.
Well, yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah. Duh.
Of course, but mostly. I'm not sure exactly what lesson to draw from this. The headlines are not wrong exactly, but misleading. The way we would naturally interpret them is not the correct meaning. If I read this region warms faster than the rest of the world, I'd interpret this to mean this region is the fastest warming region of land, and not that it warms faster than the oceans. But then which region of land is the one that does?
And we have to be careful here, because normal people, stupid people, normal people, they read that stuff and think, oh my god, the world is going down. They don't think about the oceans and that water increases in temperature slower.
Warm the fastest. That'd be the South Pole. And if you look only at populated regions, the fastest warming one is Europe. At least one competition Europe's still winning at. Don't forget to check out Planet Wild through the link in the description or by scanning the QR code. If you want to learn more about them first, check out their beaver mission here. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
Okay, this video was completely not what I was expecting. Completely not. But she's right. She's absolutely right. Yeah, makes sense. Makes absolutely sense. We have to be very clear here. Those journalists write things to sell their stuff, to make money. And when they are into... Well, they work for organizations that are into all the propaganda about climate change too, so of course they make it sound as bad as possible. Of course. Makes sense, yeah. But for example, yesterday was pretty warm, but I was outside for a walk for about 2 hours, and yeah, it was just a nice warm summer day. But others will make you believe that, oh my god, it's so hot. It's so hot. People are dying. Unhealthy people are dying. decently heavy people are fine. That's how it always goes. Yeah. Who could have guessed that all these journalists are making things up to sell things? Who could have guessed that? Okay. I think we're at the end of this video. Let me know in the comments what you think. Is it so hot where you are, or you know, is it just like whatever? Because to me the summer is whatever. It's still way colder than it was in the 2000s, 2010s, and the very early 2020s. Even the late 90s was warmer in the summer than this right now. This is just fine. It's warm, it's fine. Perfect weather to go and swim. That's what this is for. Everyone in the 90s would have been happy about weather like that. Okay. I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Later? Okay, later. See you, man. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, it's from the same guy. You didn't leave Warcraft, Warcraft left you. Okay. We watched this yesterday. It was a good video. Alana did good work. Oh. How about we watch this? How about this? Why 40% of young men have erectile dysfunction. When I talk about erectile dysfunction, I think we do that later, a little later, after I've taken a piss. So how about we go with an Ice Mongol video? Why I'm gone. He got suspended on Twitch again. So let's have him explain why. Because there are apparently two things happening. And yes, I've seen a little bit of it. So I wanted to take a look at it on stream. Why I'm gone. I guess he will explain why he got banned. I wonder why he got banned. Must have been something really, really stupid. Because, you know, it's Twitch.
I got suspended for 2 weeks. I'll probably try to appeal it, see if I can... Hey guys, it's me again, and usually at this point I've already made like 2 or 3 other videos about why I got suspended on Twitch, and I've been farming this a lot, but unfortunately something that has nothing to do with Twitch at all actually took precedence over this, and that's why I haven't really made any comments or said anything on anywhere about any of this. And so first part of this video is going to be talking about that, and then the second part is going to be talking about the Twitch suspension. I got suspended for 2 weeks. I'll probably try to appeal it, see if I can get it down to a week. We don't really know. If not, maybe I'll stream on Kick or something. Maybe I'll just take a vacation. I'm not really sure. I haven't decided yet. But anyway, that's the TLDR. So about 3 or 4 days ago, you know, like, because the day that I got suspended, I actually didn't even go live. Now, why is that? Well, it's because the day before that, I had a health symptom that was identical to my dad's health symptom before he was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So this, Oh
yeah.
I got really upset. I was freaking out. And so I'm laying.
Which is very understandable. I would freak out too. I would completely freak out too. Oh boy. Man, take care of you. I mean, not that he will see this, but, you know. Take care of you, man.
In bed, I'm fucking petrified. I am like panicked. I'm looking things up online. I'm messaging people. I eventually go to the emergency room and I go through all of this. And I don't want to get into the details of what the symptoms were or anything because honestly, it's kind of gross. But all you need to know is that that's pretty much what happened. And so I fell asleep on the futon over there, and I wake up, and this is like the day I got suspended, and I had been like at this point I had not been on my computer at all in like 24 hours, right? Because I was so stressed out and upset about this. All I could do was just lay down,
which is rare for him because he is him.
And I didn't know, like, am I dying? Is there something wrong with me, right? And so I look at and I see the reflection. Like, this is just stupid, but like I can see the reflection of this monitor from this monitor, and I can kind of see, like, are there new messages? And I saw that there was like a post about like a tweet, and I'm like, I just had a feeling that I was getting suspended, right? I just had a feeling, and I looked and I got suspended, and I was like, this is the first time I got the computer. I'm like, well, how long is it? I said 14 days. I said, thank God. Right? Thank God. Now I'm gonna have 2 weeks to deal with this problem, right? So and honestly, that's the way that I felt. Like, I wasn't really even stressed out or upset about it. I'm still really not. I mean, it is what it is, right? I mean, Twitch is fucking retarded, and what do you expect, right?
Yes.
But anyway, so all this happens, and I immediately just got off the computer. I didn't really think about it, honestly. So because I was so worried about this health problem, then fast forward to the following day, I talked to some couple of people that I know that I could ask about this, and I get one person. I go and I finally go to the emergency room after talking to one doctor, and they looked at everything. They basically said, calm down, retard, it's okay. And I'm okay, especially this morning. These symptoms have totally gone away. If you want me to be honest, like, just completely, like, 100%, like, just transparent, I'm still worried. I am. I'm 36 years old. I have had really no health problems ever in my entire life other than my teeth. And I see all my friends that are like, now they have this issue, now they have that issue. And it's like, when is it going to be time? My mom used to always say, and this would always upset me, but it's true, something's going to take you home, right? And
yes, very true. Like, for me, it's my back issues, which are all caused by sitting too much, says the streamer. But yeah, back in the day when I was addicted to WoW, I was sitting so much that at a certain point I got back problems, and then I went like, yeah, I have to lose weight and do things again. And I started doing squats and deadlifts at home without anyone ever showing me how to do them. And that caused then my already back problem to become an injury. And that got me almost into a wheelchair. Yay! Fun times.
It does really scare me a lot, and I, like, a lot of times I like to think of myself as being above that, right? But whenever you're faced with it, I realized that I was very much below it. I was extremely scared, I was very upset, and I was really worried. And so I've been dealing with that for the past about 3 or 4 days, and now that it's at least partially resolved, I'm probably going to get a follow-up appointment and have, like, a bit more, like, testing done about this to make sure that I'm okay. But otherwise, like, that's pretty much the reason why I didn't make any comments about it. I was just so preoccupied with that, like, I just didn't really even give a fuck about Twitch, right? I mean,
yeah, it makes sense.
It's funny how, you can have something that's like, one of the biggest parts of your life, which is like my stream, and then like something else can happen, and it's like the other thing just doesn't even exist anymore, right? It's a very, very weird paradox of life. But anyway, so that's pretty much what happened with me, a couple of days ago and a few days ago. That's why I'd even taken a day off that day. And so, this happens, and I'm like, oh, wow, I'm such a relief. Now I don't have to feel bad about not going live, right? And so, anyway, I I got suspended for 14 days. That's what happened. You know, again, you know, wow, a 36-year-old man has a health scare. This has never happened before in the history of humanity. Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much what it was. So anyway, the second part is going to be about why I got suspended. So I got suspended because, and just to add some context, because this has been very editorialized on the.
I bet it's completely retarded. I bet.
On Twitter and everything like this. But basically what I said was that, you know, so Ceuta, which is, and a little bit of geography here. So Spain is like on the top of the Mediterranean Sea, Strait of Gibraltar is like right here, Spain, right? And so underneath that is Morocco. And in the very, very tip of Morocco, there's a city that's owned by Spain. And it's been owned by Spain for hundreds of years. This isn't like something that's new. This isn't like a recent occupation. This has been going on for like, you know, since before like the, you know, it's like the Ottoman Empire time days, right? I don't know. I remember reading the date that it happened, but it was like literally hundreds of years ago. So they've had this city, it's called Ceuta, for a long time. City has a population of about 80,000 people. And 40 to 60,000, obviously just by the nature of this, it's not really verified how many. Random migrants just all came over in about basically 1 day's time into this small city. Now, this is, in my opinion, like in any other point in history, this would be viewed as a military invasion.
Yes.
Because, of course, the overwhelming majority of these people are military-aged men.
Yes.
And so what I say...
He's right. Every other time in history, they would have killed them. Just straight away. And personally, I think they should.
Is that I think that if you have that many people pouring over your border and you just can't deal with it all, like you can look at the footage of this and it literally looks like it's World War Z. It looks like a battlefield, right? It's like a hell on earth type situation. There's trash everywhere and everything. I think I'm straight up said I think you should shoot these people, right? I mean, I believe that. I do. I mean,
Same.
this is a violent military invasion into a city, and after they got into the city, obviously these people were smashing out windows. They were obviously, you know, breaking into stores, stealing things out of stores.
Of course.
I saw like one video. It's always hard to know like what's real and what's not. But I saw a video and it's like, if you ever watch Troy, like whenever like a fucking Brad Pitt as Achilles like stabbed the dude in the neck at the beginning of the movie, that's like what happened. Like one of these like migrants seemingly stabbed the random citizen in the neck with this knife, right? And they killed this.
That thing is, by the way, happening all the time in Europe. All the time. One of those people comes and just stabs someone. That's normal. That's why they want to ban nice. Well, that's not why they want to ban nice. That's the reason they give why they want to ban nice.
Person, I'm assuming, right? Or at least they're in critical condition. So basically the city is being terrorized by a mass invasion of military-aged migrants that have
Well, yeah, because they are terrorists. That's what they are.
Come over for, you know, various different reasons. And people are saying that you couldn't do that because, well, there might be kids in the crowd. And my response to that is that you should shoot them anyway. You should do this anyway. And it doesn't matter really what the collateral damage is.
Yeah.
You should defend your borders, especially when you're being invaded by such a massive force of people. So this never really was a conversation about, like, you know, baseline immigration enforcement. It was never about, like, you know, using kids or anything like that. But the reality is that with a lot of these third world countries and a lot of their cultures in the world, if you use a Western frame of reference to look at the values and the morality of the third world people like this, you're going to render yourself blind.
Yes,
you will not understand their theory of mind. They don't look at things the way that you do. That's why Joseph Kony has his child army, and there was Kony 2012 and everything. That never really went away, by the way. It's still happening. You know, it might not be necessarily him, but there's other ones that are just as bad, if not worse. So,
by the way, the same happened in Europe back in the day. I remember there was a crusade of children. Literally children went onto a crusade. And the majority of them drowned in the Mediterranean. And the rest got basically enslaved by the people of, well, North Africa. Yeah. And remember, in World War II, the Hitler Youth, they were all kids. You had 12-year-olds being sent to the front. That's just war. And these people just use their children as shields, so the people in the West don't, shoot them. Because the people in the West are weak. They are weak, and that's why the West is falling. It's weakness.
The problem is that a lot of Westerners' morality is built off of the concept that everybody else thinks the way that we do, and unfortunately that's not the reality. And so what these people will do is that they will bring kids with them, and they will use these kids as effectively human shields in order to invade the country and then take advantage of the people in the country. I view this a lot like a trolley problem, and so the reason what I mean by that is that basically you're choosing to stop the invaders here rather than creating a reward structure and an incentive structure around using kids, trafficking children, and effectively using them as political capital to fulfill an invasion's goal, which is to effectively take over this country. We're not take it over, right? But invade this city and then...
So, to explain this to people that might not understand it, the children are the wooden horse in Troy with the Greek soldiers in it. Or in this case, the Moroccan soldiers. The Trojans let the horse in. The Europeans let the kids in, and then they get slaughtered by the soldiers.
Use the city as a way to get into mainland Spain and then disperse themselves all over Europe. This is, I think, a very bad thing, and I think it should be stopped by any means necessary. I think this is a horrible problem. A lot of the people that are coming over there, many of them could be criminals. We have no idea. People said Morocco emptied their prisons and let those people come over. I have no idea if they did that or not. I would assume many cases they did. That's what Russia's done apparently with Ukraine, and so I don't really think this is the first time this has ever happened. There's many...
Why would Morocco not do that? Why would they not do that? They get rid of their criminals. They save money by getting rid of the criminals, and they destroy an area that they would like to invade, but can't.
Precedents for this. A lot of people look at this from the perspective of human rights or something like this, and I find this to be one of the most malignant and pernicious abuses and inversions of morality that we have nowadays. And I'll explain why. Never once have I ever heard about the human rights or the privileges or, what's the right thing to do for all of the people in this city who are now having to be terrified in their homes, boarding their houses up. You have these migrants banging on their doors, smashing their windows, destroying their businesses, potentially violating them, attacking them, and doing whatever they can to these people.
I've seen a video of a Spanish woman, welcoming the migrants, and then... Well, she wasn't seen anymore after that. I wonder what happened. And by the way, her family reported her missing. They weren't able to get into contact with her after she went with two of the migrants or refugees to get them something to eat. They might never find her anymore because... Well, she's now a prostitute. Or dead. One of these things.
You never, not once in my entire life have I ever heard about the concept of their human rights. I never hear about the people who have been the victims of these policies and this lax enforcement, whose lives have been effectively destroyed, and then for some reason we never think about them. We don't care about them. The only people that we care about...
Yes, we don't care. We don't care about them because they are white. That's why.
Are these invaders that are going around trying to take advantage of the country. And I think this is a profound inversion of morality. I don't think that any country has an obligation to take in migrants. I don't think any country has an obligation to let people invade their borders.
Absolutely.
And I think that at the capacity that was happening with Cuba, I do think that you should use lethal military force to repel a literal fucking invasion. Keep in mind, this is a city of 80,000 people, and 40 to 60,000 additional people tried to come in one day. That's an invasion, and I think they should use guns to stop it. And I'm not sorry for saying that.
I agree.
And it doesn't matter what you try to use as, emotional blackmail or something like that. Fundamentally, all of these different tools that these people use will never actually be applied in a universal way. These are the same people whose ideology leads them to thinking that 6-year-olds can transition to another gender.
Yeah, exactly.
They're the ones that lead themselves to, defending Hamas and terrorist propaganda, because terrorists like to use kids as human shields as well, because they like to shoot rockets from schools.
Yeah.
The reason why they do that is because there is a reward structure inside of our society that puts the damaging and the harm to children and women at a higher standard than the harm to, like, a military-aged man. Now, in a general sense, I would agree with that in a peacetime reality, but whenever these people are launching rockets and large-scale invasions, I think that you need to look at this as a wartime event. And
because
I would
of
ask yourself, how many people got killed in World War II? How many people get killed in every single war? Civilian casualties and killing anybody who's not a combatant is a tragedy. It's a horrible thing to have happen. But
it's happening all the time, and no one really cares.
At the same time, it doesn't mean that you're not allowed to have borders, and it doesn't mean that you can't make decisions to protect your own people, even if it comes at the expense of other people that are trying to do this in bad faith and use this. And by the way, the usage of people like this as human shields is a war crime in itself. And that's, I think, the biggest issue that I have with a lot of these people that are criticizing this, is that I don't think that they really care about these kids. They don't give a shit about them. Like, these are the people, they'll bring kids to an ICE protest. Like, why would you bring a kid to a protest where there's rioting and there's flashbang grenades and tear gas being sent off? And the truth is, and there is a reason for it, the reason why they do that is because they want to use these kids and the harm that these kids will inevitably go through because of collateral damage, and they want to use this as a political tool so they can advance their agenda. These people...
Yes, they are little terrorists. That's fundamentally what this comes down to. They are terrorists.
People they're sick. They're sick, evil people. And I also referred to the people that use the human shields as animals. Yeah, that's exactly what I think. I think they're fucking animals. If you use children...
Well, to be fair, animals don't use children, their young, as their shield. Animals are actually better than these creatures.
As human shields in order for you to invade a country or in order for you to do terrorist attacks, I think that you're a fucking animal, and I'm not sorry for it, and I honestly think that most people agree with me. I think that almost everybody does. But unfortunately, we've had this inversion of morality where these truly evil, malignant, pernicious people have been allowed to use this fake moral authority that they have to dictate that we have to allow terrorism, violence, and complete societal collapse, and if we don't allow this, somehow we're the ones that are evil. I reject this completely. And I understand that in doing so, there might be some people, this isn't a very comfortable thing to say. It's not a very polite thing to say. This isn't something that you'd read on a bumper sticker. But I think this is the nature of the world, and it's the nature of the reality that we live in. And I don't want to use a bunch of euphemisms and other types of vague and pacified language to discuss this in a way that is not authentic to its true harm and its true existence, which is what I think that's what it is. And I think that there are definitely criticisms people have of me that are valid, where, like, I probably do dial it up a little bit too much, and maybe I could use different rhetoric, etc. But I want to let you know that I apologize for nothing. I meant exactly what I said, and I think that these borders should be defended with lethal force whenever it's being invaded by 40 to 60,000 people at the same time. That's an incredibly dangerous thing for all the people that live in that country, and I don't think that a government has an obligation to allow a bunch of invaders to pour over and potentially kill their own citizens. I find this to just be horrible.
But what he doesn't understand is that the government of Spain is being controlled by other people that want that to happen. Just like Germany. And Great Britain and France. And the Netherlands, you know.
And ultimately it should be stopped.
Sweden.
Also, there are a lot of other patterns, like I'll give another parallel to this as well, is that in a lot of gang culture, what they do, and this is, of course, nothing like this is a monolith, but many of people like this, what they do is they'll use children to commit crimes because they know the children will not be sentenced in the same way that an adult will do. And what my biggest argument for all of this is that I generally, and I know people might not believe this, I think most people do believe this, but the people that don't like me don't believe this, or they don't want to, is that I think that I really do have the most moral and ethical position on this. Because the moment that you create an incentive, you also drive a behavior. And in my opinion, if you don't capitulate to this emotional blackmail, you also don't allow these people to target and victimize these children by using them as baggage and effectively shock troopers in order to accomplish a goal. So, for example, if these kids are being charged as adults, the entire tool that these people were using, these gangs were using of having children commit crimes on their behalf, this tool would effectively be rendered ineffective. But we don't want to do that because it makes people sad to put kids in jail. But from my perspective, the way that I see it is that it makes me sad to see kids that were abused, that are trafficked, and that are put into these situations because the people that are truly and profoundly evil, the people that know this, know that they can use these children because they can co-opt and use your morality against you so they can push their own evil designs.
Exactly.
And I think that you do have to reject this in its entirety in order to have a society that isn't ruled by evil, inversion, and other types of just completely horrible people. And ultimately, you do have to sometimes make hard decisions like that. But ultimately, making a hard decision like that should never have... that's my alarm. I was supposed to get up. It's 2:46 p.m. And so, excuse me on that. So you do have to make these hard decisions. You do have to do things that are obviously
2:46
sometimes
p.m.
not the nicest things in the world.
2:46 p.m. is where he's supposed to get up.
But I think that in order to do that, you do that in the goal to preserve a culture that is the best place that you want to live in the world as well. So that's the problem that I have. I don't think that I said anything wrong. I think that a lot of people actually would agree with me.
Yes.
And I think that the way that we've taken military action in the past, things like, for example, World War II, would indicate that actually this is not as much an objective reality that some people would make it out to be. And again, these are the same people that have no problem using children as props and having them, like groomed by adults, about their gender, taking them to ICE protests, putting them directly in danger because there are rioters and criminals and violence there. Who would ever bring a kid there? And these are the same people that are saying that I'm...
They're the same people. Story time. In Hamburg, there was a kindergarten where there was a room established where the kids could explore where they could touch themselves, but also where others could touch them, which included just random people from the street could come and touch the people. That was in the news, and then it was immediately the thing got shut down within weeks. Because, they went too far. Not yet. We aren't there yet. Just a couple more years and then that's completely fine. Because that's the goal. The goal of these people is just, let's do it with the kids. That's the entire goal.
Wrong for saying that creating an incentive for people to human traffic children and use them as human shields is a bad thing. And so I apologize for absolutely nothing. I said it in a very abrasive way, and I'm going to continue communicating that way. It's how I was raised. The reality is that, you know, I was driving my dad to the hospital. He was like getting one of his cancer treatments. And he said, well, you know what's funny about this? And I said, what? And he says, well, now they can say you killed me too, just like they say you killed your mom. That's the way I grew up. That's the way I communicate. And that's the way I think. And I'm not sorry. And I understand that sometimes I use abrasive language. Sometimes I communicate in a way that's a little bit, you know, harsh. And, you know.
People need the harsh truth. Even if they don't like it. They need it. But they hate it at the same time. Because they're stupid. They're just stupid.
People can say I'm mean, they can say I'm evil, they can say everything, but they're not saying I'm wrong. And I think that ultimately we should look at a lot of these uncomfortable truths with a lot more of a clear mind, rather than allowing it to be polluted by people that I think want to hurt us, people that want to put us in a position that is not advantageous. And that's the reason why I communicate the
People are way too soft. A vast majority of people these days born after 2000 would not have survived even the 90s. Yes, I agree. And guess what? People are that soft because that's what the evil people want. They want, oh my god, sorry Asmongold for this freeze frame. They want people to be soft, to be weak, to not be resilient. Because that's how you destroy a society. That's how you destroy a society. But fundamentally, to destroy a society, you attack the family. But we don't get into that now. People get offended at things that don't even offend them. Yes, exactly. They just feel obliged to be upset at you because they think they should be. Yes. Yes, exactly. And you can tell by, you know, but there was a little story I've heard last year, I think, about you know, leftist couple in America. He is white, she is black, and guess what? In the bedroom, he calls her the N-word. And both are completely into that, and they know that their friends can never know that. No one they know can ever know that, because they would be ostracized because they are leftists. They are supposed to not like that. But guess what? Especially women like shit like that. Especially women.
Way that I do, it is hopefully to normalize this type of language and for people to see things for what they are rather than what they want them to be. And I think that's for better and for worse. So that's the reason why I talk the way that I do. I'm not sorry. It's probably not going to it's probably not going to stop. I might try to I'm going to try to obviously tone it down a little bit, because I don't want to get suspended all the time, right? You know, contrary to popular belief, it's great to have a vacation, but I don't want to have them all the time. And so, you know, that's pretty much where things stand. Yeah, that's the way that I feel. That's my reasoning for it. I view it as a trolley problem, and I think it enables human trafficking the moment that you capitulate to that type of emotional blackmail. So that's really the way that I feel.
S1 is completely right here. Completely. Oh, again. Great freeze frame. He's completely right. They're completely using that.
And I know this might be a harsh opinion, it might not be something that everybody agrees with, but I think it is the ethically correct thing to do, given the you know, the implications of doing otherwise. So anyway, that's the way that I feel. Now, what's going to happen now? I'll probably file an appeal in a day or so. Hopefully, I can get unsuspended earlier. I don't really know. I'll probably I can try to, like, I wish I could just talk to them. It's really funny. So like Twitch emails me and they say like, yeah, you had an accidental content violation because you accidentally showed something on your stream you shouldn't have showed. And like, they sent me an email for this. So I said, I respond back. I'm like, oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. And so then I get suspended for 2 weeks. No email. I don't have any email. Oh. So this is the funniest thing, by the way. I actually don't even know this is why I got banned. Twitch has never communicated to me what the thing is that I did wrong that got me banned.
Of course they don't. YouTube does the same. Of course, they don't tell you the actual reason. Not a specific one, at least, because then you can argue that, oh yeah, no, I didn't do that. Or something like that. And they don't want that. They don't want that.
I'm just guessing it's probably the thing that everybody was mad about, right? So, I don't know, maybe it's actually some other random clip that had nothing to do with this. But, you know, that's generally what my thinking on it is. Will I be back? Yeah, sure, I'll be back. It's been nice to have a little bit of a vacation. I've been stressed out about other, like, life stuff. I feel like I'm in kind of a position in my life now where it's like, what am I doing with my life? Where do I want to be in 5 or 10 years, right? It's like, you know, kind of midlife crisis type stuff I'm dealing with. I don't talk about this a lot on stream because it's stupid, boring, and it's also, it's you know, it's indulgent. And I don't want to treat my viewers like my own personal diary. But I have been going through my own personal issues as well, especially right after losing both my parents, and I'm living here by myself. And, you know, it gives you a lot of questions for, like, what to do in life.
Sure.
And, you know, I don't want to get too into that, but, you know, just know that that's the backdrop for a lot of the ways that, you know, like I'm dealing with things personally off stream. And so, yeah, and then all these things happen. I have this health scare, and it's like, oh my God, this is, you know, like, am I dying, right? Is this happening? And so that's really kind of why I haven't immediately responded. It had nothing to do really with Twitch at all. I was worried about something that was a lot more important. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching. I'll be back really soon. I haven't really decided. Maybe I'll just come back and stream on Kick. I can just wait out the suspension.
Sure.
I don't really know. I'll probably...
Oh, yeah. Wait, isn't he streaming on Kick anyway? Isn't he multi-streaming? I thought he was multi-streaming.
Get a few other, like, real life weekly and monthly quests done, and, you know, just try to relax a little bit, which has been great. I slept for like 10 hours yesterday, so I'm in kind of good mood right now. And so yeah, anyway, that's pretty much what the plan is. And yeah, that's about all I've got. I'll be back, and yeah, see you next time. But anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching and sticking around this long. Sorry it's such a long video. There's a lot to talk about, and a lot that's happened. So yeah, that's the way I feel. That's where I'm at. That's what's going on, and I'll see you guys very soon. So until next time, boys. Peace. See ya.
Good video. But why what? Why did that happen?
Most games go through
suspension.
We already watched that video. You saw a teacher get in trouble teaching American history for using the N-word in a fully historical accurate context for being racist. Like, that is insane. Yes, it is insane. Because people are insane. And that's wanted by the people that want to destroy society. Which I can't say who they are, because I will get arrested. I will get arrested. But for example for that is, I have 3 books here with the original Conan stories by Robert E. Howard. The N-word is there all the time. Well, when there are, you know, black people in the story. The first time I read that, I was like, oh. It made me a little bit feel, you know, oh, okay, that's unusual, because I have never read that in a book before. So I was like, oh, okay. And then, you know, knowing the context, who Robert E. Howard was, you know, a Texan that never left his hometown. And he wrote the stories in the 30s. And I remember correctly, in the 30s. So yeah, it makes sense that he would use the N-word. Makes absolute sense. And knowing that, I then had no problems with the word. I got literally used to it, and it meant nothing to me. It's just in a historical note about, you know, the times. Yeah, you don't think that it should be censored or banned or whatever. It's in the book because it should be there based on where it came from. Exactly. It's just there. Just like I wouldn't be offended by reading in a book something racist about Germans. I don't care. Because I know when it was written, who the person was, you know. of course, different times, different, different habits, different thoughts, different cultures. It's not hard to understand if you have a certain minimum of intelligence, which a lot of people don't have because they're just dumb. They're just dumb. And with that, we are at the end of this video, gentlemen and ladies. If you liked it, give it a like. If you want to see more of this stupid stuff, subscribe. And see you next time. Bye bye. And another video. And another one. Oh, oh boy. Oh boy. Wanna hear something funny? So yesterday I was, after I ended my stream early because of, pain, I went out for a walk. While I was out at the beginning of the walk, I saw a couple. Just a random dude, random white dude and his super hot girlfriend. I mean, oh my god, she was dressed in a summer dress. I haven't seen something like that in years. So she was super hot. Twitch is really the wrong place for him. Twitch is kind of the wrong place for everyone. Because the entire platform is kind of a mess. But there are a lot of people there. And, the woman was really, really attractive. By the way, young couple. I don't know, maybe 20, something like that. And she was super attractive. She looked insanely good in that dress. So I'm on for my walk, right? I'm out for 2 hours and then I'm on my way home. I'm almost home and then I see them again. And she has changed clothes into a mini skirt and the top. And I'm looking at them. I'm like, he's just flaundering her around, making everyone jealous by how hot she is, isn't he? And then I stopped. Put up my sunglasses and basically said that, oh yeah, you are just showing her off, aren't you? And he was kind of awkwardly, yeah, not. I think they didn't recognize me from earlier because that was 2 hours ago, and I'm just a random dude. They didn't get that, so that was a little awkward, but it was funny. It was funny. It's so funny. They are dumb because they choose to be. It's not an actual intelligence thing. Well, to be fair, when it comes to want to hear a fun fact? If you have never done an IQ test, right? I've done 1, 2, I think 4 IQ tests so far. IQ tests, at least 1/3 of IQ tests are actually not testing your intelligence. They're testing your, they're literally testing your education. For example, they're asking, oh yeah, they give you one word and then they give you 4 or 5 words, and oh yeah, what of these words are similar to that word or have a relation to that word? If you don't know the words, you can't answer that question. And that's not an intelligence thing, that's an education thing. The same with math problems that you get. They aren't necessarily intelligence thing. It's just, do you know the formula to do this? If you know the formula, you can solve it, right? But if you don't, you can't. So that's an education thing. And it's not even 100% education. It's just, I mean, I have unlearned a lot of things that I learned in school, which probably is why my IQ went down 18 points from when I took it the first time when I was 15, I think. Maybe 16. I think 15. Because I had an IQ of 118 when I was in school. When I was around, I think 8th grade. And then all the last times I had IQ tests, it was 100 or 101. And I think that's completely just because I unlearned so much stuff that, yeah, I just couldn't do a lot of the education things. Makes sense if you were never taught the expression and things, you are not gonna be able to figure it out, yes. Even if you're the smartest person on the planet. Yes, exactly. That's the thing. Only because someone has no education doesn't mean they are stupid. I mean, how did we survive as hunters-gatherers without... I mean, you have to be intelligent to survive, right? Stupid people don't survive because they do stupid things that leads to them dying. And just like today, stupid people do stupid things and they die. Now you can educate people and, you know, not doing stupid things like climbing on a train and then getting zapped by the electric lines for the train. You can tell people to not do that as much as you want, but some people are so stupid that do that anyways and then they die. And guess what? I'm not sorry about that. I'm not sorry about that. I might feel somewhat sorry if teenagers do that because they are being pressured by their so-called friends. But to be fair, if you can be pressured into stuff like that, then maybe the world is better off you being dead. Maybe that's the case. Also, I think your parents failed you if you are that weak of a person that you can't say no to your friends. And also, these people aren't your friends, right? I mean, we all can agree that if one of your friends tell you, oh yeah, climb on the train, what are you, a coward? Those people aren't your friends. They don't care the slightest about you. Man, now I'm agitated again. Agitated, I tell you. So agitated. God. So, for the conspiracy theory stream, I actually wanted to talk about the conspiracy theory, but I forgot which one. I forgot which one. I think it was the one with the climate change, which I talked about while we are watching the video here. So we are basically past that already. But yeah. Oh, right. I remember. Give me a second. I have to see something. How old is the Homo sapiens? Timeline of human evolution. So the AI assistant tells me 300,000 years ago in Africa. Yeah, I know that's not true. Because I think it was this year. I've seen a short from a Joe Rogan podcast where there was something scientist, and they were talking about they found bones of a Homo sapiens in China that was, I think, 406,000 years old. So this is wrong. This is wrong. By the way, I should crap. I should mark this. Okay. So this is about, you know, human evolution and civilization. So here's the thing, right? When I was in school, I learned that excuse me. I learned that the modern human, Homo sapiens, is about what did I learn? I think that it was 24,000 years it was old. Maybe 30, something like that. So way shorter than that, about 1/10. And then, you know, blah blah blah. First settlements were 10,000 years ago, something like that. And the thing with the first settlements hasn't changed since then. So we have the human race, the Homo sapiens, the modern human, you know, being 400,000 years old. But we only settled down about 12,000 years ago. Or 12,000 before Christ, something like that. That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Now, why does that not make any sense, right? Have you ever seen toddlers? Have you ever seen toddlers? They literally go and pick up a stick and play with that. So, when toddlers can do that, how did it take us to get from picking up a branch from the ground to pointy stick for about, I don't know, 300,000 years? Why? That makes zero sense. Zero sense, especially seeing that the people back then were more intelligent than we are now, because they had to survive in the wild, which needs you to be intelligent, more intelligent than people today in modernity. Modernity makes life extremely easy. That's why we have so many stupid people survive. Which is a huge problem, because these stupid people destroy society by being stupid and making stupid laws possible that destroy society even more. So it makes to me zero sense that we had our first settlements 12,000 before Christ, right? Makes zero sense. Especially if you think about, you know, the cycles of climate change that we had in these 400,000 years. We had 3 glacier maximums in that time period, where glaciers were down in the northern hemisphere down to London, Berlin, you know. Canada was completely ice, and the max level of the oceans was way lower. It makes so that in mind. Why wouldn't there be any settlements buried underneath mud or the surface of the of the water, you know, if you go down below water, you know, the ground surface of, for example, the Mediterranean, why wouldn't there be any villages there? I mean, sure, the Mediterranean is now specifically problematic because it was literally a salt desert when it dried out. And yes, the Mediterranean dried out several times and got flooded several times. And that's just in the big ice age we are living in. And yes, we are living in a big ice age. That thing is going on for about 3 million years. So, knowing that, why would you believe that there were no settlements anywhere until about 12,000 years ago? That makes zero sense. Why would people that live on a coastline, right? And there's fish in abundance. There's seals that come every year to breed there, that you can literally just hunt down and eat. Of course, you don't overdo it because that's not how hunters and gatherers work. Even we wouldn't do that if it weren't for, you know, globalism. So it makes literally no sense that it would take us 400,000 years to become settlers. I mean, for Christ's sake, chimpanzees use tools. Literally, chimpanzees use tools. They use sticks to put them into ant hills and get out ants and eat the ants, or termites. So how is it that we take about almost 400,000 years? Almost 400,000 years to build first settlements, to get pointy sticks. Why? It makes zero sense. Zero sense. You get what I mean? It makes absolute zero sense that people would be so stupid and would be able to survive. Because coming up with, oh, pointy stick, and oh, yeah, how about we take a stick and put them together, and oh, look, I've made the roof. I mean, to be fair, you don't need, when we talk about, oh yeah, settlements, we don't talk about concrete buildings and shit like that. We literally don't. You can diggy hole into a mud hill, or you know, a hill of dirt. Oh, that's now, you know, a place where you can live. You create your own cave, aka a hole. Or you put sticks together and make a shelter. Yeah, it's not hard. You just have to think about it a little bit, and then you can come up with things like that. Especially back then, when people were more intelligent than today. So yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. That yeah, it's absolutely impossible that people back in the day wouldn't build at least some, you know, villages at coastlines where they could fish and hunt seals and stuff like that. Why would you travel the land if you can stay at one place where you have food in abundance? Especially when you're close to a river, where you literally have fresh water. Why would you leave that place? Why? Makes zero sense. It makes zero sense that we are still at, oh yeah, for I don't 300,000, 400,000 years we were hunters and gatherers. Makes zero sense. And the thing is, even hunters gatherers, we still have some hunters and gatherers, and they have tents and stuff like that. They carry them with them on the back of the animals and stuff like that. How hard is it from, oh yeah, we have tents to a house? That's not hard to get there at all. It's actually kind of easy because it's fundamentally the same. You just use different materials. And to be fair, wood was abundant back in the day. I mean, it still is. Thanks to forestry. Forestry, by the way, is a very, very, very young kind of industry. I think they came up with it about 250 years ago or something like that. When there were more and more people. And, you know, oh yeah, we need firewood and wood to build and stuff like that. Maybe we need to start to actually grow trees intentionally. And then they did. And it's working out just fine. It's just fine. Yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. There are settlements. I mean, another example, an actual example. So, we have found little cities in the Amazon underneath all the rainforest. They're massive cities. The biggest one is the size of Rome in ancient times, with enough space for 1 million people, and the entirety of the Amazon back in the day, there's estimated to have lived at least 25 million people. Which is also, you know, oh, the Amazon, it's so vital for our planet. Well, obviously not. Because everything was fine when there were 25 million people living there in cities with with definitely less rainforest around there. So yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. Let me know in the comments. Am I talking nonsense? Do you agree? Do you disagree? If you like this, give it a like. If you want to see more, well, subscribe. I'll see you next time. Bye bye. Okay. I talked so much. I need something to drink. I really do. My throat is hurting. Oh, that hurts. Okay, so, sorry. How about next we do something that takes a while? Something long and... Well, when I see her, I want to say hard, but I won't. But you know what? We go with her. The Disneyfication of Warcraft. But I take a piss before we start with this. Definitely taking a piss. Back in a moment. Man, thank God the microphone was muted. I hit the microphone arm and man, that was good. Okay, so we are watching the Disneyfication of Warcraft. I, as someone that played World of Warcraft for almost 20 years, I think this is exactly the video that's for me. Because damn, Warcraft was so cool back in the day, and then it was made totally gay. Totally gay. So let's hear what Pretty Lady has to say about it.
one of the most tragic victims of the modern gaming industry that brutally mishandles legendary IPs and turns them into shadows of their former selves.
Is she talking about Activision or Blizzard?
World of Warcraft is one of the most tragic victims of the modern gaming industry that brutally mishandles legendary IPs and turns them into shadows of their former selves.
Well, to be fair, they aren't mishandling them. They are destroying them on purpose because they are communists, aka Bolshevists, aka globalists, that want to destroy culture and replace it with their non-culture. That's what's going on.
A textbook example of you either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain. In its foundations, Warcraft established a certain look or aesthetic for itself that made it really stand out in a sea of other titles in the fantasy genre. Most notably, despite their clear influences from other games, the races of Warcraft had their own flair about them that you could only find in Warcraft or WoW. However, over the years, we have seen a devastating shift in tone, writing, and art direction that have turned WoW from this vast, gritty fantasy that did have a bit of whimsy here and there to a full-on Disney-fied version of its former self. Today, I want to talk a bit about how WoW lost its uniquely Warcraft identity, focusing mainly on art and aesthetics, and just have a bit of an honest discussion on what exactly went wrong and why it matters in the context of a changing, out-of-touch industry that has plunged many legendary franchises into an identity and aesthetic crisis. Before we get started,
I have to disagree. I mean, sure, some of the industry is out of touch, but it's mostly what I said before. It's just communists that want to destroy society. That's literally it. That's just all that there is to it.
Hi, my name is Angelica, and this is a video that I have been building up to for a while. It isn't a new discussion, but it's really important to me as somebody who grew up with Warcraft, and I am probably the way that I am because of it. Now, previously on this channel, we have had several in-depth discussion on the races of Warcraft and certain aesthetic and tone shifts that have fundamentally changed how they were even from Warcraft 3 to Vanilla WoW, or even some things that have straight up ruined everything that was unique about a particular race. It hits hardest with the Night Elves, as we have seen, where they went from these savage men and women who fought with a brutality that even the orcs couldn't believe to, please don't hurt my twee. You can check this video out if you want to hear about it in more detail, but for me this has sparked a wider discussion on where exactly WoW lost this brutal Warcraft essence and how did we get to these Disney vibes.
Oh, I'm so sorry for this. I'm so sorry. So when did we lose it? When all the old guard left and the new people came in. That's when we left. When that happened. There. Explained it.
Warcraft essence and how did we get to these Disney vibes? Honestly, you don't really have to do any in-depth analysis to see that there is a massive difference between even these images here, as if they—
Yes. This guy looks strong and, you know, burly, manly, and this guy kind of not. I mean, he looks also angry because of, you know, and he doesn't have that.
Come from totally different universes. Everyone looks so bubbly.
Yeah. This was at least somewhat, you know, kind of, you know, strong, but this is just gay. This is just gay.
Kind. Even the rougher options for faces look so soft and clean. It's missing that
new, old. Oh yeah, that's, oh yeah, the difference. Oh boy. The difference is massive.
bit of spice that we saw with older models. And this bubbly, well-rounded and smooth kind of look really goes for how the rest of the world looks as well. Some people suggest that this is just the natural way that it progressed with these newer models, but I would argue that it definitely could have taken a different way if they wanted it to. Just look at these unused human models and how much they resemble their Warcraft 3 selves. There was already a shift in tone from the start of vanilla World of Warcraft, but at that point it wasn't anything too...
Yes, but the shift was simply because you could add more detail because of the advancement in graphics. I think that was fundamentally the only thing that happened.
Egregious, even though it would have been nice to see them explore this particular look for humans. A more intimidating, sharper look, and something that made them stand out from humans in other fantasy games. Warcraft 3 was a defining game for the overall look that made WoW so great. They established a very interesting balance between the masculine and the feminine that worked in...
Oh. Yes, absolutely. I mean, look at her. You look at her and you know she's badass. On top of being super attractive, right? And then look at, well, the new models. The textures are better, but that's all that there is. There's more detail on them, but that's all. But this just looks cool. Oh Jesus, my speaking today. Man, my brain is kind of fried. It's all her fault. Sorry. All her fault.
Harmony to amplify one another. By this, I mean it tapped into the side of fantasy that is effortlessly, universally appealing. Strong, believable characters, flawed, but each with their own personalities and their own motivation.
Yes, but people aren't allowed to have flaws anymore. Which is funny, because if you look at the people that want flawless characters, those people are mostly pieces of shit. You know? These people are unlikable people that no one wants to be around.
When it comes to the greater fight for the good of their own race or whatever cause they support. A very mature approach that gave a lot of room for growth and a future for Warcraft. It reminds me of how The Lord of the Rings, particularly the movies, are so appealing to literally everyone. They never needed to.
And to everyone, we mean everyone in the world. Because no matter where you are in the world, you can understand, you know, good and evil fighting against each other. That's something very fundamental. That's why, you know, The Lord of the Rings is so successful.
Overcompensate in a way that a lot of modern games and fantasy in general tends to do nowadays. For example, did you know that in total, if you take all of the main female characters and put their screen time together, you don't even get a full hour. And despite this, The Lord of the Rings has a massive female fan.
Yes, because if they are on, number one, if they are on screen, they aren't pathetic. Unlike, you know, in modern media, a lot of the women are pathetic. They being shown as strong and all that stuff, but at the end they are basically just pathetic. And they aren't. These are all strong women. But they haven't lost their womanhood. Which modern female characters, they don't have any womanhood. It's literally, they just take a dude, they just write a dude these days and, oh, now he has tits. That's what they do. And I'm not the first one saying that. I think I have that from Asmongold or someone else. And it's true. And the thing is, everyone likes these characters. And it's not an, oh, I want to bang them. But everyone likes these characters because they're good characters. That's the important thing, being a good character. It doesn't be, by the way, it doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. Is the character design good? Is it a good character? That's the important thing. And that's what's lacking in modern media so much, because the characters are just trash. They're just trash. No one cares. No one wants to identify with them. I can tell you, a lot of women like these characters, if they like them, because they want to be like them. Just like we men want to be like Aragorn, Frodo, Samwise, Boromir, Faramir, Gandalf. We want to be these heroic people that fight for good and sacrificing ourselves for the greater good. That's why this works. That's why in Warcraft 3 I liked Thrall the most. Was my absolute favorite character. And I liked playing the orcs way more than anyone else. I identified with Thrall the most and with the orcs, which is kind of funny.
Base. Then we can look at the Rings of Power and how they massacred Galadriel's character to where she's no longer a strong, wise elf, but an insufferable girl boss who behaves like those main characters from the Disney shows. Everything feels over-exaggerated, overplayed, and unnatural. Warcraft had a place for everybody, not because they had to fit someone in to meet a quota, but because the world naturally formed in this way. In the RTS, for example, the Night Elves, despite being such a wild and brutal race, are actually a matriarchal society, and little things like even the in-game callouts are done with a female voice, as opposed to the other races that have male voice callouts. Modern WoW has a lot of flaws when—
I don't even remember that. Are Night Elves a matriarchy? I don't remember that at all. That's actually new to me.
When it comes to writing, but particularly female characters feel so forced, unnatural, and like their motivation doesn't come from a genuine place, but instead it's all just sort of performative. Sylvana—
Because, well, that's easy to explain, because the behavior of the writers is performative. The entire character of the writers is performative. So of course they write characters that are just performative.
Went from the tragic survivor of the Lich King, the powerful Banshee Queen that unified the Forsaken, to a cartoony villain. The rest of the writing across the world, coupled with the cadence with which female characters speak, is just— it's Disney.
Is that Odin's Wall? Yes. Then the stories and legends I read as a child were true.
This is an infamous example.
Yes, that feels so much like... When I heard her speaking, I just was freaking about Frozen. And yes, I have watched that movie. It's actually good. But yeah, the only thing I could think about was, oh yeah, Frozen.
The way that it looks like a poorly made machinima from the early days, and to be fair, even those looked better.
Yes.
Dinath fought to save all of Azeroth. He sold us out so the Alliance and Horde could wage war in Khazalgar.
This is so bad.
Never understand.
But it's that overplayed style of narration that is used to tell you about history that is somehow relevant to the plot. The shades that she's wearing are also kind of throwing me off. We get two supposedly strong female characters here, but their dialogue is so poorly written and it's delivered in such a strange way that I can't help but just cringe at it. There was talk about this sort of thing happening a lot, not—
Dude. Looking at this, literally in-game cutscenes in Warcraft 3 looked better. And it's not even close. That's a problem. How can this from 2025 look worse than Warcraft 3? That should be illegal.
kind of throwing me off. We get two supposedly strong female characters here, but their dialogue is so poorly written and it's delivered in such a strange way that I can't help but just cringe at it. There was talk about this sort of thing happening a lot, not just in WoW, but in other games in general, in an attempt to make games more appealing to women. This is the industry's idea of what is supposed to be appealing to women. A corporate-brained group of people—
Well, to be fair, they don't know what a woman is because, you know, just ask them, what is a woman? They can tell you. So, of course, they can't write characters that appeal to women. Because they are too stupid.
People that never really had interest in video games to begin with came up with this. An out-of-touch entity that has all of the power, but none of the creativity to bring Warcraft back to its former glory. Why is it that in order to appeal to female gamers, we need to infantilize the dialogue and the writing to Disney levels? Things like this are straight up insulting to everybody's—
Because they think that women are stupid. Which, to be fair, I also think. But for different reasons.
Intelligence. I wonder how it passed quality checks. Is there nobody there that listens back to this and says, hey, maybe this is a little bit silly? This is—
No, because they all have the same politics. So they can't do that or they're getting in trouble with HR.
a little side note that goes beyond World of Warcraft and shows you just how much the industry does not take female characters or female gamers seriously, and how much they misunderstand us. A recent example is God of War Laufey, which is such an unfortunate thing for me because a game along the lines of Heavenly Sword or a God of War game with a female protagonist does sound like it's something that would appeal to me, like I would be the target audience for that kind of game. But when I watched the showcase and heard little bits of her dialogue and what she was saying, I felt confused.
Okay, I think they're gone.
Just be careful. Where are we anyway?
Afterlife of the gods? I call it the everyone. So, what's the plan, boss?
Not your boss, Frank.
Why does she have to be—
Why is the cube called Frank? I don't know why that is ticking me off so much despite everything else. But yeah, that is kind of ticking me off.
So quirky, and why are we so afraid of or embarrassed by a true fantasy setting where people speak and act like they would in a serious, mature fantasy setting? Why is that?
Because people writing this aren't mature. They are mentally stunned in the age of, I don't know, 14. That's why.
There a gelatinous cube named Frank? Where in Greek mythology did we have something like this? The creation of these cartoony girl bosses or quirk chunguses show that they don't really understand what made other fantasy titles so popular with female gamers.
Because they're stupid. That's why they don't understand it. They don't understand that people, which includes women, who could have guessed, like strong characters that don't lose themselves, aka woman still being woman and man being man.
Look at things like Skyrim or even Elden Ring as like a really small example. They are games that are just completely themselves. Every character fits naturally into their setting. There is no unnecessary comic relief to make female characters more relatable or less awkward, and there's no Disney-style over-narration of events to make sure that girls will understand what's going on. Those games are just good, and that is why everybody likes them. You don't have to overcompensate at every turn with cute and whimsical characters to get girls to play your game. I'm gonna say something and—
Because they won't. That doesn't bring women in. Things that have to be cool. Guess what? Women like things that are cool too. The thing is, women that actually play video games are a different type of woman that don't. You will never get a woman that doesn't play video games to play a game like a dark fantasy game. That will not happen. That will just not happen. You have to have a certain character. You know, a person needs to have a certain character to be interested in those games to begin with, or games to begin with. It's good for 12-year-olds, you guess. Yeah. They might be dumb enough to like it, yeah.
And it's that performative male feminism has majorly contributed to the industry's skewed and out-of-touch view of female gamers. When this sort of thing receives any bit of criticism, you'll have the white knights come out and say, oh, weak men, fragile masculinity, you hate women if you don't like this sort of thing. Okay, if you take actual incels out of the equation, which nobody really takes them seriously, the truth is that a female protagonist isn't the problem. If that were the case, so many massive franchises...
Just having a woman as a main character of a franchise has never be a problem. Badly written ones that are also ugly and the character is unlikable, these are the problems. For example, everyone likes Lara Croft. Everyone likes basically all the female characters in Resident Evil. Everyone likes B2. Why? Because the characters are interesting. And they're attractive. And they are strong. Yeah. But what are they not? Masculine. They're all strong. They're all good characters. They keep their femininity. And if you look at, you know, and there's nothing feminists and Western game developers hate more than femininity, with exception of men. But yeah, they hate femininity because they think femininity is a weak thing, which it's not. It's not. When I look at a feminine woman, I don't think that she's weak. I think she's beautiful. When I look at a masculine woman, I don't think that, oh, she's strong, because she isn't. She's just as strong as the feminine woman, which means they're both weaker than I am, because they are women. But when I look at a masculine woman, I can tell if she's annoying just by how she looks. And we all know what I mean here, right? We all know, go outside and we see these masculine looking women. And we all know, yeah, that's a cunt. We all know that. We all. And that's why so many games with female characters flop. The characters aren't likable and the games aren't good. There. These are the reasons. No one cares that, oh, there's a woman in it. No one. In actuality, people want that. Especially men. Especially men. Why the hell do you think the majority of our players of Tomb Raider are men? Oh my god. I can play a super attractive woman that shoots bad guys and is on an adventure. Oh my god, that's horrible. No one ever said that. No. That's the exact reasons why Tomb Raider is so successful. Because the dudes look at that and we go, yep. Yep. I want exactly that. Exactly that. And of course we want to fuck her. Yeah. Let's be honest. When it comes to Tomb Raider, the dudes want to fuck her, the woman want to be her. Just with Leon here. The dudes want to be Leon, the woman want to get fucked by him. That's how it is.
Wouldn't have even been half as successful as they are. The problem is with modern developers that will take a legendary, well-established IP and use it as leverage to sell their own games with mediocre writing. Let's be honest, nobody would buy this if it didn't have the World of Warcraft label on it. We should not be focusing on the extremes that deflect from valid criticisms and concerns when it comes to things like this. Nobody who's normal has any real problem with a female game protagonist, but we also shouldn't reward mediocrity just because the protagonist is a woman. Performative male feminism has been incredibly damaging to so many studios, including Blizzard, who did have a lot of skeletons in the closet of their own in real life, but they thought that it would be reasonable to turn women into fruit as compensation. Yeah. I've asked this before, and I will ask this again.
Which is retarded. By the way, all the allegations against Blizzard, you know, all the sex stuff, well, apparently nothing of them was actually ever happened. You know, the breast milk drinking never happened. Never happened. I just saw a video about that. I think I even reacted to it last stream, or the stream before. And yeah, that never happened. Never happened. Who could have guessed? It apparently was just people in the company that wanted to destroy the company, bring more of their communist friends into the company, lied about that, and then, you know, things happened. Yeah.
And what message does this send about women's bodies, especially in a mature fantasy setting? It's hardly a children's game, if we're honest. I mean, most of the people that are playing World of Warcraft, at the least, would be in their mid-20s, but I'd say the average is like 30s, 40s, and above. And this is just part of the overall problem, but going back to modern or retail WoW, when the harmonious masculine and feminine elements of the game were neglected, toned down, and stripped back for a more family-friendly version of the game or something that would appeal to more people, it resulted in a kind of a theme park look or feel for the game. We tried to make something that...
Yeah, it's so ugly. I have the perfect analogy here. Retail WoW looks like a WoW clone. You remember WoW clones from back in the day when a game came out that kind of tried to copy World of Warcraft, but it looked different, kind of cheap and stuff, a cheap copy of World of Warcraft. That's how retail WoW looks like. A cheap copy of World of Warcraft.
Appeals to everybody, it then appeals to nobody. There is the added issue of too many things going on at once. There are too many races, there are too many flashy mounts and toys, too many shop items, and it all creates visual noise. Yes. This is the backdrop, but in the foreground, the way that the characters are animated, how they move, how they run, cast spells, etc., is so overdone, and for me it plays like some cartoon
What do you mean overdone?
Or something that isn't really that serious. I think it's important to note just how impactful this change is. We went from these more grounded and down-to-earth animations.
When I look at this, I feel nostalgia, and I want to play the game. When everything that I've seen before, you know, before we went to here, I was like, yeah, this is shit. I was literally, you know, I felt like that was there to make me feel sick. And it worked. But seeing this, oh my god, immediately, yep, this is nice. This is nice. You know, this is a chill evening on a weekend playing. But the other thing was like, oh my god, no. I have to grind 10 daily quests, world quests, and 5 dungeons. Or I get behind until the next patch, where all the progress I have done until then is worthless.
To the more over-the-top variety that perhaps because of what I'm used to feels very unnatural and frantic. Recently, Walkrendor did a video about why WoW isn't immersive anymore. Just on that conversation, a lot of these new locations with the latest expansions, for me, are a little hard to appreciate with just how much is going on. It's not that these places aren't beautiful. There is a certain charm there, but I think that World of Warcraft is a game that greatly benefits from minimalism where possible in terms of world design. It is so much...
I agree with that. I absolutely agree with that. Now, what do I mean? For example, every zone has its own theme, and they don't put more stuff into it that would overload the theme. I think that's a good explanation.
Easier to get immersed in a simple, dark forest where the environment is made up of limited but effective components that get across how you're supposed to feel about this place and what it represents, as opposed to these massive, overblown, overly detailed locations where your eyes kind of don't know what to focus on in order to properly appreciate the setting. It's kind of a shame for the better designed parts of the game also, because this just completely clashes with it and takes away from any good art that's created in modern World of Warcraft. Just completely overshadowed by silliness and a general lack of direction. I think that the true Disneyfication started with Draenor when they had the catastrophic change in character models that all but wiped the core identities of many of the races of Azeroth. But as time went on, I think that...
Why? I think you guys know what I mean when I say why. Why is that there? Pointing at her face.
The Disney element was melded together with a Fortnite element. Fortnite was a massive and game-changing influence.
Yeah, the Fortnite-fication of graphics is, I think, a huge problem. Don't get me wrong, I like the graphics of Fortnite, but why does every game has to try and kind of look like Fortnite?
All across the industry, especially with their specific approach to monetization. What started out with a simple skin shop and then turned into the battle pass where you could additionally earn currency, later grew into something that featured all kinds of things, including celebrity cameos, TV show cameos, cameos from other games. So when you go into a Fortnite lobby, everyone is just some different looking thing.
Yes. And with all that, we have to keep in mind, they made $42 billion and still have lost money. Congratulations on a failed game that made $42 million, $1 billion. Imagine that. You make $42 billion of a game and it's not making a profit. How incompetent do you have to be to make that? How bloated must your company be? Well, that's also why they fired a bunch of people.
There's no rhyme or reason, no harmony, but for a game like Fortnite, this is fine. It's a battle royale. You're in, you're out. It's not that deep. I don't think anybody really cares about Fortnite lore or keeps up with it unless they're like...
There is no lore. Or is there? I think there is no lore.
6 or 7 years old. And to me, that's what a lot of World of Warcraft looks like now. I think transmog was a good idea at its conception, but also with all of the quirky cosmetics and things that...
Yes. This is a problem. This is why this game is so... Yeah, how about no? How about no?
Don't really fit Warcraft in its original sense. Cities and hubs can now look a little bit like a Fortnite lobby, just with all of the flashy mounts, new races, and everything else in between. I think Dragonflight was the next major Disney-esque blow to Warcraft, something that really pushed it over the edge into a more immature fantasy setting.
Yeah.
People often misunderstand why there is still such a great appreciation for Warcraft in its earliest iterations, or World of Warcraft from vanilla to about Wrath. But it was just that no matter where you went, even if people were wearing mismatched gear, as you do while you're leveling, you looked like you belonged in this world. old World of Warcraft.
Which is a huge problem with modern WoW, because people run around in outfits that, yeah, you don't belong here. It's like you're coming from a completely different game. Which is a problem. You just like, imagine Elden Ring multiplayer. You know, there's multiplayer, and there's now a dude approaching you that looks like he's coming out of Cyberpunk 2077. How about now?
Warcraft is so loved by that side of the community because it's a game that has more than just gameplay going for it. You have gameplay at the center of everything, of course. But beside that, you have lore.
Yes.
Compelling storytelling, a sense of
Yes.
scale when it comes to the world,
Yeah.
adventure, a unique identity and aesthetic, and of course the overall added bonus of nostalgia. You really cannot compete with nostalgia.
Of course, yeah, nostalgia is a huge thing. And here's a thing that I want to bring up, not for the first time. If you would take vanilla WoW and would make it a single-player game, the game would still work. It would still work because the leveling was part of the game, of the main game. Modern WoW, you can't, because the experience is that bad. Number one, you're rushing through everything. Number two, the scaling makes leveling basically a pain in the ass. And that's fundamentally it. Leveling in retail WoW is just trash. It's just trash. But original WoW, you could make a single player game out of it and it would be fine. It would be completely fine. Now you can't do, you know, allied quests alone, but, you know, yeah, there's mercenaries. Or a different character that you have leveled helps you, you know, things like that. And all things that existed before. I'm not talking about anything new here.
For retail WoW, it feels like you just have gameplay. Because the only good things I ever hear about retail WoW is only ever just related to gameplay. I know a lot of classic versus retail discourse is around the difficulty level of the game. Some classic players say retail is too easy, and retail players argue that it's not. And to be fair, I actually can believe that retail WoW would be quite a bit more difficult. Early WoW...
It is. It is a lot more difficult because the content is, just like Asmongold said, around the use of add-ons. That's literally it. And back in the day, they didn't know what they were doing with, you know, how to make encounters. I mean, for God's sake, the Molten Core was built in 1 weekend. I mean, that says it all, right?
Was pretty simple if you think about it, and unless you're playing hardcore, it's not really that hard to get through the game. It takes a longer time, sure, and I think maybe certain parts of the game are harder than they would be in retail, but overall, when it comes to even the end game, I do think retail probably does have more challenging elements to it. I have been told that I only dislike retail WoW because I'm just not good enough to play it, and here's what I'll tell you. I just don't even have an incentive to try. I don't want to try to be...
Why would you? It's just not fun. Why would I play... Why would I play retail WoW if I could play anything else? Why? Just why? I could literally sit down, play a different game for 3 hours and have a blast. Or I can play retail WoW and I hate myself the entire time. So why would I do that?
Good at it. It just doesn't look like the kind of game that I want to play. A lot of it's just too smooth and polished, and it really feels disconnected from its roots. And to me, those are the things that are important. And in talking about this and in making videos like this, I have found an entire community of players like me that find value in the exact same things, and for the exact same reasons they cannot or they do not play retail WoW. I don't know what's going on in the lore anymore, and you know what? Nobody does. This was a major discussion in the community recently. Nobody has any idea what's going on. They've written themselves into a corner. We're probably gonna get like a ton of retcons or time travel or something, just like Mortal Kombat. The best thing
Oh no, please not time travel. I mean, why am I complaining? I'm not into the game anymore. So why would I complain, right? Because I still love the world. That's why. There's still love for the world inside of me. And that's why I get annoyed. And yes, I hate time travel. I don't want anything to do with time travel. Time travel stories are shit. There's no way you can... Okay, to be fair, I have a box of Back to the Future standing over there. But those movies are good. They are fun. They aren't complicated. But then you have time travel movies where you're, oh my god, no, just no. Just no. Please no. Man, every second Star Trek episode is time travel. So yeah, I've seen enough time travel in my lifetime. I don't need that shit.
That they've done recently seems to be housing. Everybody loved housing, and I'll be honest, I look at it and based on the kind of games that I play, I would probably interact with this and enjoy.
Yes, housing would most likely be the #1 thing I do if I would play the game. And that's literally it. That and yeah, this.
It quite a lot myself, but it's just still not enough of an incentive for me to want to come back to the game overall. There is such an unfortunate stigma around people who prefer classic WoW literally just for the way it looks. Do you know how many times I have been called a chud gamer for talking about this? What do you want me to say? The chuds yearn for storytelling.
Yes. The reason why this looks better is because it has less detail. You have to have more... How to explain it? I mean, there's of course a lot of nostalgia here, right? There is. It's just a fact. But this all looks grounded. While the stuff in Retail WoW doesn't. This is made to be cool. Retail, so they can sell you skins.
I yearn for lore, for gritty, dark fantasy with some whimsy here and there. A simpler time when the game didn't feel so confusing and silly. But let me tell you something right now, I have the solution. No, it is not to play Classic WoW. Those servers have a bunch of issues. We'll wait for Classic Plus. I'll keep my mind open. The solution, ladies and gentlemen, is to reject corporate slop and embrace tradition. If you are watching this video, then I am telling you right now to go and install Warcraft 3 Reforged and go back to playing a real game. Not...
What? Reforged? No. I have original Warcraft 3 here. I do that.
Just the campaign, but really play Warcraft 3 PvP. Go watch a Grubby video, go watch Happy play in a tournament, go learn a build order, and just get in the game. It has to be reforged, so we cannot escape all of the corporate slop, but you can toggle classic graphics and immerse yourself in a real, brutal, gritty Warcraft as God intended. Oh.
Or you sail the 7 seas.
But you like decorating your house in Retail World of Warcraft? Go build a base. Like a man. Or a woman. Some burrows or a ziggurat. Whatever you're into. Go play a real game that still holds true to the roots of one of the greatest game franchises of all time. And then 1v1 me on the ladder, if you aren't chicken. But on a serious note, I maintain that everybody should be able to just play whatever they want, even if it is Retail WoW. There's clearly still an audience for it. And even that audience, by the way, already has a lot to say about the writing and various other issues with the game. But in keeping with our previous discussions around the aesthetics of Warcraft and just the overall legendary vibes that we got from it that just weren't recreated anywhere else ever, this was an important video for me to make.
Yes.
And that's why I made it. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this little rant on the Disneyfication of Warcraft. If you did, please be sure to leave a like and subscribe. I really appreciate it. As always, a huge shout out to my channel members. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you all in the next video. Be seeing you. Bye.
Oh, such a good video. Such a... Man... I mained Night Elf in my first character that I leveled to 60 in vanilla. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna send you the link. Give it a like. Give the video a like because video good. Video good. Good like. Okay. And with that, we are at the end of this video. Let me know in the comments. Do you agree or disagree with the video and me? Let me know. And if you want to see more of this, subscribe. And see you next time. Bye bye. And there, another video. Another video. And we still have 2 more Warcraft videos. Oh boy. Huh. Let me get a little bit of music starting and then we take a look. We take a look at what we have here. Oh. How about we do something that's a little bit grim? How about that? Teens accidentally run into secret cult's body dump. Does that sound interesting? Oh wait, no. I wanted to watch this. Why 40% of young men have erectile dysfunction. How about that? we can leave the WoW stuff for next stream or later. We are at the 4-hour mark. Yeah, we are watching this one by Dr. K. But before we do that, I think should I go take a piss? Should I get more to drink? Should I do both? Nah, I can pause the video. I can pause the video. Okay, so now we're gonna watch why 40% of young men have erectile dysfunction. Corn and masturbation. That's why. I think I've seen a snippet out of this, and that's basically what it's boiling down to. So let's hear what he said.
Today we're going to talk about erectile dysfunction. Now, the biggest problem is that erectile dysfunction used to be an old man's disease. About 5% of people in 1999 under the age of 40 had erectile dysfunction. In 2011, 14 to 28% of people under the age of 40 had erectile dysfunction.
Wait. The number almost tripled? No, at least triple to, oh my god. That's bad. That's really bad. Incredibly bad.
Function. And that number has only gone up. I suspect it's somewhere around 30 to 40% of people under the age of 40. So why is erectile dysfunction increasing so rapidly? So I think this has to do with the way that we are literally training our genitals as men. So the first age of pornography exposure is around 9 years old. And most people start masturbating in their early teen years.
And now I have to out myself. Yes, same. I started watching the naughty stuff when I was in elementary school. But I figured I was 8. 8, about that. Maybe 7. I don't remember. No, more like 8. You know? Yeah, not good. Not good. Way too early.
We're also seeing a delay in socialization, the development of relationships. Online dating is getting hard. So it used to be that the average age of first intercourse was maybe somewhere around 18, and that number has only gone up. So what that means...
Gone up? Only for men. Only for men, not for the girls. And especially not in Germany.
Is that from, let's say, the age of 13 until about 22 or 23, for a period of 10 years, most teenagers, boys, and young men are using pornography and masturbation as their primary source of sexual activity. When we're teenagers, our brain is still developing, our nerves are still developing, our physiology is still developing, and it develops in a particular way. So just to give you all a couple of examples, if we look at the average intravaginal pressure, so what is the squeeze, the grip strength of a vagina?
Oh, not even close to your hand. Not even close. And yeah, that can cause problems for a man that's only used to this. Because that's way, way stronger.
It's somewhere between 5 and 15 milligrams of mercury, okay? Now, if we look at the average hand grip strength, the average hand grip strength is somewhere between 65 and 105 pounds per square inch. So if you sort of like think about your hand, first of all, there's skeletal muscle, which is way stronger than smooth muscle, which is mostly what the vagina has. And then we also have bones, right? So if I squeeze my hand like this, the amount of space, I can't even stick a pen in. Like, that's how tightly I'm squeezing. So what tends to happen is that our genitals get used to a certain kind of stimulation over a very critical period of development, and then it's hard for us to climax during sexual intercourse. Now we have to get into the definition of what erectile dysfunction is. And this is really important, okay? So erectile dysfunction means the inability to achieve climax for the duration of the sexual act. So I'm not able to finish with the pressure of a vagina. So therefore, like, I get defined as erectile dysfunction. So this is a key thing to understand, is a lot of people who have...
So fundamentally, you can be as big and hard as you want. If you can't come, you are being counted as erectile dysfunction. Okay. So yes, if you're this big and hard, and you can pound the coochie for 5 hours, but you can't come, you are in that. Sorry. Oh my, wait. Oh. Oh. Does it mean I have it? Ow. Because I definitely didn't come with the last woman that I had. Now I'm actually worried.
Difficulty finishing, think there's something wrong with their penis, and there's, in a sense, sort of is, right? Because we've trained it in a particular way. We're going to get to how to fix it, and the good news is that, like, most of these cases are 100% fixable. But then this creates a problem because the kind of sensory stimulation I need to achieve climax isn't there with vaginal penetration, which results in erectile dysfunction. So today what we're going to do is go into erectile dysfunction with a lot of detail. We're going to explain the physiology of how an erection forms. We're going to talk a little bit about the sequence of the sexual act, which is incredibly important to understand. We're going to go over medical conditions that contribute to erectile dysfunction. And once we understand how the sexual act is supposed to happen, the arc and the trajectory of the development of an erection to sexual intercourse to how the sexual act is completed, then we will understand kind of how the engine works, how the car is actually, what's going on under the hood, and it will give us a lot of insights into how to fix the problem. Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we share to actually create change in your life, check out Dr. K's Guide to Mental Health. And so we start by understanding what literally is meditation. How does experience shape us as human beings?
And
how do we strengthen the mind itself as an organ? And so by understanding our mind, we understand a very, very simple tool, a crucial
crucial tool that we have to learn how to use if we want to build the life that we want to.
So check out the link in the bio and start your journey today. So here is our penis, and I hope I can draw a picture of a penis without getting in trouble.
Oh, enos.
Now, in our penis, we have arteries that send blood into the penis, and we have veins that bring blood out of the penis.
Yes.
Okay. So we have a couple of different chambers. We have something called the corpus cavernosum, which is here. We have two chambers called the corpus cavernosum, and then we have a chamber in the glands of the penis, the tip of the penis, called a corpus spongiosum. So normally when we have a non-erect penis, the flow into the penis and the flow out of the penis match.
Yes.
But what happens in an erection is that we will send blood into the penis, and there's a nitric oxide production in the penis. So nitric oxide is a vasodilator. So what that means is that it will increase the blood flow to the penis.
Oh, okay.
So as nitric oxide production increases, and by the way, testosterone basically increases nitric oxide production. So this is a
like you can see, I have a lot of that. And yes, testosterone can lead to hair loss. Just so you know. And yes, we are doing a science today. We are doing a science. In the words of modern Star Trek. Man, I hate modern Star Trek. It's so bad.
Vasodilator. So what happens is I have an artery, and when I add nitric oxide, the size of the artery increases, right? So now there's this much blood. There used to be only the middle part, and now there's a lot flowing in. So when I add nitrous oxide production, it causes vasodilation, which means that blood is now flowing into the penis. So as I vasodilate, right? So as I increase the blood flow, these start to fill up with blood. And when these fill up with blood, this blocks off the veins.
Yes.
So as the you can kind of think about it this way, like as the corpus cavernosum fills up, we start to block the veins. And once we block the veins, then we've trapped the blood inside. And arterial pressure is greater than venous pressure, which means we're still pumping blood in. And then this is how we get an erection, right? So if we sort of think about a flaccid penis, it may be like 1 inch in size. And then once you get an erection, it literally will increase 5-fold in volume. So
yes, or even more. And the fun fact for the ladies. Fun fact. After an erection, after you got it good going, even the flaccid VV is still bigger than it was before. Oh, how can you know? How can you say that? Well, I'm a dude. Oh, and also if you are, doing it every day, even then your flaccid VV will be larger than it would be without doing it every day. Just so you know, some fun facts I came across while, well, exactly what you think.
A couple of key things to understand here about erectile dysfunction. The first is that testosterone is what facilitates nitrous oxide production. So the other thing that we also discover is that since nitrous oxide is responsible for the vasodilatory mechanism that creates the erection, we also have the ability to develop phosphodiesterase 5 inhibitors.
Okay.
So this is the enzyme that then breaks down nitrous oxide.
Okay.
So if we have medications like sildenafil or Viagra, they block the breakdown of nitrous oxide.
Oh,
so if I'm blocking the breakdown of nitrous oxide, then I will be able to maintain an erection because I'm maintaining the chemicals that allow me to keep an erection going.
Makes sense.
So this system is mediated by testosterone and nitrous oxide, right? So testosterone results in the production of nitrous oxide, which is a vasodilator, which allows us to maintain an erection. Now, normally, we have an enzyme called PDE5, phosphodiesterase 5, which then breaks down nitrous oxide. So when we lose our erection, right, so we're producing nitrous oxide, it's vasodilating our penis. And PDE5 comes in and breaks this down, which then breaks down the vasodilation, which then kills the erection.
Sure.
So if we look at something like sildenafil or Viagra, what this medicine does is blocks this enzyme from functioning. So it prevents us from breaking down nitrous oxide, which is how we're able to maintain erections. So this is a quick...
So basically, Viagra doesn't give you the erection. It's making it, you know, not going flaccid. I didn't know that. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. I guess.
Overview of the physiology of the penis. Now let's talk a little bit about what governs whether
Which
or not...
This also explains how people that, oh yeah, I took Viagra and now I have an erection for 24 hours already. Help. Which, by the way, happened. Things like that happened. That people just still have an erection even after they are finished and, oh, something's wrong here. Yes, something's wrong.
Nitrous oxide is built or not built, right? So nitrous oxide is what results in the development of an erection. But when does it turn on? When does it turn off? So now what we have to do is talk about something called the autonomic nervous system.
Okay.
So we have a part of our body called the autonomic nervous system, which is divided into two components, the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. I don't know if y'all have noticed this, but we basically have two modes of action in our body. There are times where we are excited. There are times where we're angry. There are times where we are lustful. There are times where our body is basically in a high state of activity. Our blood pressure is high. Our heart rate is high. Maybe we're diaphoretic. We're sweating. So this is the activation of the sympathetic nervous system. This is governed by things like adrenaline and cortisol. So when you sort of think about going on a roller coaster or some kind of like adrenaline spike, that's your sympathetic nervous system acting.
Okay.
So these are hormones, which means that they travel everywhere in your body through the bloodstream. And the purpose of a hormone is to coordinate your whole body's response. So when I get adrenaline, I want to shut off my digestive system. We don't need to be digesting anything right now. I want to shut off the sexual act, right? So when we're going on roller coasters or we're being chased by tigers, we don't want to be having erections. We need all of our blood flow, not to our penis, but to the skeletal muscles in our arms and legs. And that's what adrenaline and cortisol will do. They will redirect blood flow to certain parts of our body. The second half of the autonomic nervous system is the parasympathetic nervous system. And this governs our rest and digest kind of mode, right? So sometimes when after we've had a big meal, what happens? Our blood flow doesn't travel to our brain, doesn't travel to our skeletal muscle. It travels to our gut, it travels to our liver, and we sort of feel a little bit sleepy. We get a little bit of a food coma. And the other thing that happens is we can sometimes get an erection. So y'all may have noticed that you get erections when you're feeling relaxed. So when you wake up in the morning, a lot of men will wake up with something called morning wood, right? We will have an erection early in the morning. I used to get erections all the time in organic chemistry class. It's not because I thought organic chemistry was super sexy. It's because I thought organic chemistry was super boring and it was...
Yes. Same. That video gives you erectile dysfunction. That was some Viagra. No. I remember very, very specifically when I was a teenager, of course, I had erections all the time. Just sitting in class, math, or whatever, and you're just sitting there, listening, half asleep and listening, and boom. You're in a bus, you need to go to somewhere, Erection, oh, crap, yeah, great. I hope no one sees it. Man, things like that are really bad. Really, really bad. And of course, women don't understand that things like that just can happen. That you aren't even horny, that, it just happens. But of course, women are, modern women are not very clever. They don't know anything about anything. So yeah, they're making everything a problem.
Would put me to sleep. So this also leads us into sort of the stages of the sexual act. So what we know is to develop an erection, you need activation of your parasympathetic nervous system. You need to feel safe. You need to feel relaxed, right? So for those of y'all that are lucky enough to engage in healthy sexual relationships, you may be in bed with your partner. You're kind of feeling relaxed. You're kind of chilling. You're kind of relaxing, things feeling good. And then you start to get a little bit frisky, right?
Yeah.
You start to develop a little bit of an erection. Now your mind is sort of noticing, oh, like, look at how soft they are. And look at see how they smell. And they smell really good.
How soft they are. Yeah. I wonder what he means with they. The partner? Or the assets of the partner? Phrasing is important.
Good, and like, now I want your body. And then so what happens is, in order to develop an erection, we need activity of the parasympathetic nervous system. So then what happens is, like, once we have the erection, then our sympathetic nervous system can turn on, especially if we get a certain kind of stimulation, genital stimulation, associative stimuli, we start making out, whatever. And then, so basically we need, the way that it was described to me in medical school.
Literally just a hug. I remember that when I was 18 and had my first girlfriend, we hugged and yep. And of course she also smelled nicely. Yeah. By the way, it doesn't mean that, I'm looking back at my first girlfriend and, oh my god, that was so good. No. No, she was crazy and stupid.
School is, in order to arm the penis, you need parasympathetic nervous system activity. In order to fire the penis, you need sympathetic nervous system activity. And the sympathetic nervous...
To fire the penis? I mean, I know what he means, but just the phrasing. I never heard that before.
System will also recruit some of the things that will result later on. It activates certain mechanisms that will result in the return of the penis from erect to flaccid. So this also shows us a huge problem with psychogenic erectile dysfunction, or erectile dysfunction that is not caused by a physiologic cause, which is that if you are stressed out, if you are depressed, if you are anxious, then it will be hard to develop an erection. So if your physiology is not able to enter the right state of relaxation because you're stressed, anxious, depressed, whatever, it will be hard to develop an erection and even start the sexual act. So one of the key signs of psychogenic erectile dysfunction, so non-physiologic, and we'll get to this in more detail in a second, is that you are able to develop erections like while you sleep. So penile tumescence at night is still intact. So what the fuck does that mean? That means that, you wake up with morning wood, but when it comes to the sexual act, it's difficult to engage. Yeah. So if there's a physiologic problem with the penis, then even some of these situations like morning wood or nocturnal erections will be impaired, right? Because there's some problem with the corpus cavernosum, some problem with the blood flow to the penis, the corpus spongiosum. So if there's a problem with kind of the hardware, then you'll have difficulties with erections basically all day long. But if there's a problem with the software, which is a psychogenic erectile dysfunction, then the penis is capable of working in non-sexual situations. Does that kind of make sense? Psychogenic erectile dysfunction is mostly found in young men. A study by Koskurlu et al. Reported that 85.2% of 526 men under the age of 40 are struggling with psychogenic erectile dysfunction. So this doesn't mean that 85% of people under the age of 40 have erectile dysfunction. This is a study that is looking at, if I take all the people under the age of 40 and I try to figure out what is the cause of their erectile dysfunction, the cause of their erectile dysfunction is a psychogenic 85% of the time, which sort of makes sense, right? Because our body...
Yes, it makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. Because in this day and age, you have a lot of times, you watch the corn, and you see what the people do there, and you think you have to perform like that. But that's not the case. That's not actually the case. But by the way, it goes for both genders, both sexes. And yes, there are only two. You don't have to perform like in a corn video. You don't. Actually, your sex life will be better if you don't. And I mean that. So get your head out of, oh yeah, I have to perform like that. You don't. Neither of you. What you see there, that is something that is being sold to people. That's why it looks like that. But that's why they do these things. Keep that in mind.
Bodies are young and healthy, which means that some of these other causes that we're going to talk about are going to be less common. So let's talk about physiologic causes of erectile dysfunction, okay? So psychogenic ED accounts for 85% of people under the age of 40. And by the way, the rate of erectile dysfunction under the age of 40, according to evidence, is up to about 28% in 2011. I suspect this number is about 30 to 40% in 2025. So what are the physiologic causes of erectile dysfunction? So heart health is penis health. So as we sort of explained at the very beginning, vasculature is very important. So you need healthy arteries, healthy veins. So what we tend to see is that people who have cardiovascular problems, things like hypertension, things like obesity, things like diabetes, things like chronic kidney disease, this is not vascular. People who have sleep apnea, very common cause of erectile dysfunction. So these are some of the very, very common physiologic causes. So basically problems with, you know, if we look at poor cardiovascular health, like poor exercise, results in erectile dysfunction. So you need a...
Yes. And all this, by the way, you can basically put it all in to be not moving enough and eating shit. So if you just switch these two things, you're fine. You don't need to go to the gym and train 6 days per week for an hour. You don't need that. Eat decently healthy and do some exercise. And with exercise, I mean things like, you know, do some squats at home, do some core exercises. You do them, by the way, only for, you know, general health. You don't go, oh yeah, I have to be a bodybuilder. No. And go for walks. And I mean that, go for walks. You have no idea how good walking is for your general health. It's insane how good that stuff is. Because when you're walking, you train your legs, your core muscles, you train your entire muscles. With the exception of your arms, but you know, it's whatever. But yeah, walking is incredibly good when it comes to general health. Which is one reason why people that don't walk a lot look like they don't walk a lot.
Healthy heart that's pumping the blood, you know, healthy veins, healthy arteries, big causes. Now, there are also neurogenic causes. So remember that in order for the penis to work properly, it has to receive, there are a bunch of nerves, right?
Yes.
So when we touch the penis, it feels good. How do we know that it feels good? All of that information is transmitted via nerves. So 10 to 19% of erectile dysfunction over the whole population, okay, this is not young people, this is just everybody, is caused by neurogenic problems. So these can be things like multiple sclerosis, spinal cord trauma, things like stroke can cause erectile dysfunction, surgery can cause erectile dysfunction. So neurogenic causes are about 10 to 20% of them. So if there's a problem with your nerves in some way, there's going to be problems with erection. So this is another like really good, this is a great opportunity to share something kind of cool. So a group of people that has great cardiovascular health and also has erectile dysfunction problems are professional bicyclists. So if we sort of think about a bicycle seat, what the bicycle seat is doing, the way that you sit, if you're like a professional, you're a biker, right? So if you go on marathons and stuff, or you bike for 8 hours a day, you are compressing the nerves and arteries and veins that go into the penis. So I don't know if this kind of makes sense, but if you look at the anatomy of the penis, the arteries and veins that go into them kind of travel through the area that's called the taint, right? So the area between the perineum and the scrotum is full of nerves, arteries, veins that sort of imbue the penis with what it needs. So if we compress that for extended periods of time, we block those nerves, then it can result in erectile problems. What's really interesting is that this principle is also utilized beneficially by yogis. So there's an asana called Ardha Siddhasana, or another asana called Siddhasana. And in Siddhasana, we place the heel gently against that area. And then in full Siddhasana, we'll sort of compress that area more severely. We compress from the perineum side and we compress above. So you basically sandwich your scrotum and penis between your heels or your ankles, if that kind of makes sense. I do not recommend, don't do this without the guidance of a guru. Okay. So these are, and the reason that they do that on.
That's to be fair, that sounds painful. I'm literally crunching here. I don't like anything touching my balls in general, you know. I'm really sensitive when it comes to that. I wouldn't even want my girlfriend or wife to touch me like that. Keep away from my balls, please. And yeah, no, please, no.
On purpose to reduce blood flow to those parts of the body, to reduce testosterone production, because we're also blocking some of the nerves and arteries to the scrotum, which is where a lot of our testosterone comes from. So that they'll sort of utilize this. But my point is that there are all kinds of anatomical, neurological, arterial things going on. So we have physiologic erectile dysfunction, neurogenic erectile dysfunction. Another major cause, huge, is medications.
Oh, yeah.
So we are like notorious for this in psychiatry because a lot of our medications cause erectile dysfunction. At the top.
Yep. Fun fact. When I was on antidepressants, I just couldn't. You know, you want to jerk off and you just have limp dick. Nothing works. And even if you get it hard, you can't finish because it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That was bad. That was really bad. And that went on for, I think, for me, for 18 months, something like that. Maybe 2 years. Man, that was bad. That was really bad. And then I went off the meds and, oh yeah, fun times. Fun times, yeah.
Top of the list are SSRIs. So these are antidepressant medications, anti-anxiety medications, anti-OCD medications will cause erectile dysfunction. Another good example of this are antihypertensives. So these are medications that are going to affect your cardiovascular capability, right? So they're going to prevent your arteries and veins from contracting in the way that they normally do in order to combat hypertension. So that can cause problems with erectile dysfunction. We also know that your diet is really important for erectile dysfunction. So sugar, processed foods, alcohol, nicotine, low fiber, and then various substances that we haven't included can sometimes cause problems with erectile dysfunction.
Who could have guessed that if you eat shit, that you are unhealthy? Or would get unhealthy? Who could have guessed? But this literally goes up here where, you know, he's talking about cardiovascular problems causing stuff.
Now, the mechanisms of this are a little bit complicated. We don't need to go into a whole lot of detail. And I know this is going to be hard, right? Because I can imagine that there are some people in our audience who don't exercise, maybe have sleep apnea, maybe are a little bit overweight, eat processed foods, eat sugar, use weed, use alcohol, use nicotine, and they're like, no wonder am I screwed. Don't worry, we'll help you out, okay? Now we have to talk a little bit about how psychogenic erectile dysfunction develops and what to do about it. And in order to do that, we have to take a look at neuroscience. So I want y'all to think a little bit about the process of the sexual act, okay? Think about the process of the sexual act. Key
Please
thing here
don't.
is that when we think about getting aroused and we develop an erection, there's a lot of sensory input. Another really important part of sexual arousal is emotions, right? So I know
Yes.
that there's all these, stereotypes about women need to fall in love before they have sex and men are horny and DTF all the time. I think that like there may be some, if you measure 10,000 women and 10,000 men, there may be some net effect that men are more likely to have sex without emotions than women. That statement may be true, but generally speaking in the brain, as we'll see, emotions are really important, right?
Yes.
So if someone is annoying you, the likelihood that you become aroused from that is like low.
Yeah.
So sure, there may be some kind of fetish or something at play, but generally speaking, if people are just like annoying you, or if you're afraid of them, or if they're pissing you off, the likelihood that you will be horny for them goes down. Versus if you fall deeply in love with someone, if you're obsessed with someone, the thought of having sex with them, whether you're a man or a woman, is generally speaking more appealing, right? There are exceptions to that. So emotions become really important as well. So let's talk a little bit about these parts of the brain. So first thing that we're going to talk about is thalamus and posterior insula. So what do these parts of the brain do? So the thalamus receives sensory input, and the posterior insula is responsible for interoceptive information.
Okay.
So what does that mean? So if you're listening to this video right now, I want you to notice what your body is telling you, right? So you may notice the weight of the body in the chair. You may notice that you're a little bit hungry. You may notice that you want to scratch something. Maybe you're walking around. Maybe you're sitting in a car. You're noticing the air conditioner blowing on you.
Sure.
Your body is sending you signals. So
All the
one
time,
of the things that we know is very important for sexual activity is for you to be receiving sensory input and receiving input from within your own body. So I know that sounds kind of nutty, but just think about it for a second, right? So when you're having sex, a huge part of that is being aware of the signals from your genitals. So the posterior insula is the part of our brain that basically gives us information from within our own body.
Okay.
And what we find is that people with
Makes
psychogenic
sense.
erectile dysfunction have difficulty with that.
Oh,
okay.
makes
so
sense,
cognitive
yes.
attentional syndrome and metacognitive beliefs in male sexual dysfunction, overall, their cognitive and attentional patterns worsen negative internal states, reducing sexual excitement, detach them from their bodily sensations, and hindered sexual functioning. So if you're
Makes
having
absolute
sex with
sense.
someone and you get in your own head, oh my God, am I doing a good job? Oh my God, are they enjoying it? Are they enjoying it or not enjoying it? Is it going well or is it not going well? Then this kills your boner. Or I have to think about something else. So like, if you get in your own head, what happens is this posterior insula stops becoming a part of your attention. So there's a lot of studies on psychogenic erectile dysfunction show that there is an attentional problem. You cannot focus on the physical sensations. You're not even paying attention to what's going on in the penis. You are stuck in your own head. You're worried about something else. And without your posterior insula activating, it is very difficult to achieve climax or maintain an erection. So if we sort of think about the process of an erection, right? And hopefully y'all are lucky enough to have experienced this in a positive and loving way. If you're just sitting there and your partner is a little bit frisky and they start playing with your junk, your penis will start responding. And as your penis starts responding, you're sitting there trying to play Call of Duty and your partner is like starting to touch your stuff. And then your attention shifts from Call of Duty to what is going on in your genitals. May not be true because I don't know if Call of Duty players ever get laid, but, that's neither here nor there. This is what we mean by interoceptive information in the posterior insula, is that your attention needs to be able to shift to the penis. Now, here's what I see a lot in psychogenic erectile dysfunction. This is basically the crux of the pattern. So I'm a boy who started masturbating. Then what happens is I physiologically trained my penis to ejaculate with 65 to 105 pounds per square inch of pressure. and the vaginal intercourse of 5 to 15 milligrams of mercury is insufficient for me to achieve climax. So then what happens is I finally have sex for the first time, right? I'm a virgin and I'm like, oh my God, I want to have sex. I want to be a good person. I don't want to be a virgin loser anymore. I have sex for the first time. And then I'm not able to climax. And now this creates a problem. So the problem is actually that physiologically, the stimulation doesn't work. But now I get in my own head. Now I have problems with an erection. Now I didn't finish. Now I didn't pleasure her. Now I just went limp dick while I was having sex. So this creates shame, this creates an anxiety, this creates a depression.
Yes.
And so all of these thoughts, now the next time we try to have sex, a bigger problem arises. Now that I'm anxious because I screwed up the first time, now I'm worried about...
Now your dick isn't working because you're screwed up in your head by yourself, by your insecurity, that it doesn't work anymore.
About the second time, am I going to be able to perform? So now the second time I try to have sex, my sympathetic nervous system is active before I even start the sexual act. So what that means is I'm stressed out about having sex. My partner starts playing with my stuff, but I'm so stressed that I don't even develop an erection. Now it's even twice as bad. It's not that I went limp dick during sex. It's that I can't even get hard. This worsens the anxiety, worsens the depression. So then I try again the third time. This creates a vicious cycle that I think is one of the reasons why like up to 40% of people under the age of 40, I've seen this pattern so much, have erectile dysfunction. Second thing, anterior insula. The anterior insula is what processes the emotional features of stimuli. So this is, let's explain this for a second, okay? I have kids, right? And like, I love my kids.
Yes, sir.
So what happens is when I see my children, this is just visual information, right? My kids look the same all the time. And lots of people will receive, if I'm walking down the street and I see my kids, and everyone else on the street will see my kids too, but the emotional attachment to that stimulus is very different.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? There is an emotional component that my brain attaches to my children that strangers won't attach to. I love them. I see this child and I'm like, this brings up a feeling of love.
Yes. It's literally the same when you go out with your girlfriend or wife. It's literally the same. Others don't see them like you see them. At least to a certain degree, right?
So this is also really important for the sexual act. So when I see my partner, right, and I see a nipple, that nipple is not just a nipple. It carries a lot of emotional association with it. So this part of our brain, in order to have a healthy sexual erection and even achieving climax, the emotions of it are really important. This is why makeup sex is so good, because there's an emotional block that made when we were feeling angry, then our sympathetic nervous system was active, and then we don't feel like having sex, and then we form this emotional connection. Now the anger goes away. Now we feel relaxed. Now we feel in love. And so we have this really intense, passionate sex because our anterior insula activates. And when that emotion activates, it helps our posterior insula activate. And then we're there. We're in the moment. We're not thinking about tomorrow. We're not thinking about yesterday. The whole point is we've forgotten yesterday. We forgot the conflict. We're not in our head. And so this leads to healthy sexual acts. The third part of the brain that we're going to talk about.
Very well explained. Very well. And I literally don't... I think I have nothing to add here. Oh my god. Man, this video is so good. But I also have to say, I think I've never watched a video of him that wasn't good. Which isn't surprising, he's a professional. And he's a professional yapper, so yeah. And it's so nice that he literally explains everything. It's so good.
Is roughly the prefrontal cortex and inferior frontal cortices. So these are responsible for sexual inhibition and sexual disinhibition. So our frontal lobes are the parts of our brain that give us context-dependent behaviors.
Oh,
They're the parts of our brain that say it is okay to do this here, and not okay to do it over there. So my favorite examples of this are like picking your nose. If you're like by yourself at home, like, you know, binging out on some TV show and like eating popcorn, you'll go to town. But if someone else is around, you hopefully won't pick your nose. And hopefully you wash your hands after you pick your nose. So like good examples of how, you know, the inferior frontal cortices are different amongst people is like if we look at the fetish of exhibitionism, right? So some people, if they are observed by others, their brain tells them this is not a good place to have sex.
Yeah.
Other people, their frontal lobes are like, hey, there are people around, let's try to have sex. Another really great example of this is like if I'm sleeping in my hotel room alone at night and someone grabs my junk, that is going to be a very different experience from if I'm at home with my wife in bed in the middle of the night and someone grabs my junk.
Yes.
Even though technically...
That's completely different. Completely. But to be fair, even if I'm at home and someone would grab my junk, I would be scared because there's no one here that would grab my junk. Because I live alone. There's no one here that would do that.
The stimulus is exactly the same. There's a part of my brain that is saying that this stimulus is okay in one situation, arousing in one situation, and scary in the other. So when I'm in my hotel room alone by myself and someone touches my junk, I'm aroused. And when I'm in bed with my wife, this is very scary. Oh my God, she wants to have a third kid. What are we going to do? So I'm going to kind of go back to, I think, the most common factor in psychogenic erectile dysfunction, which is basically pornography use and masturbation under the age of 40. So when I'm developing as a human, I have some natural impulses.
And this is where basically we wanted to be. But it took us about 30 minutes to get here because we had to explain some things. Which took the majority of the video. Which is fine. Which is completely fine.
And then those natural impulses get shaped by my environment. So, for example, when I have patients who have schoolgirl fetishes, how do they develop a schoolgirl fetish? They develop a schoolgirl fetish because when they're 13 years old and they go to private school where all of the things that they are sexually attracted to have a particular uniform, their brain forms an association between I am horny and this is the object of my horniness.
Yeah.
And when all of
Makes
the girls
sense,
in the
right?
class are wearing the same thing, my brain will associate this, right? So from the ages of,
Exactly.
let's say, 15 to 18, for a very formative period of my sexual life, every girl I have a crush on is wearing the same damn thing. So my brain over that 15 to 18 period is going to associate this with sexuality. It's associative learning, like classical conditioning. This is also why some people will have like a thing for a MILF, right? So when I'm a 13-year-old boy and my friends, I have one friend who has a hot mom, the emergence of these sexual feelings is associated with a particular kind of stimulus. And so now, like, I'm like suddenly like this mom that I've known her for 4 years, right? We were friends since we were 9. I never had a sexual thought about her. And then once I start to develop like all these surges of hormones and my brain, I get really confused because now my brain is like horny all the time.
Now I want to bomb my friend's mom. Yeah.
And there are like all of these MILFs around me everywhere, hot MILFs in your area, right? Then I will start to become attracted to MILFs. So this is how the brain works. We learn, right? It's not just, you kind of have this, like, you can think about sexual appetites as all of them are acquired tastes. If I get exposed to one schoolgirl and then over the next 5 years get exposed to 100 others, I will develop a preference. I will develop a preference for MILFs, whatever. So here's where pornography comes in, because we're not just developing a cognitive preference. We are also the genitals, if you're masturbating every day, you know, and you're from the ages of like 13 to 23, what's going to happen is our body is going to get a certain kind of genital training, which we've kind of already talked about. So now I am used to, or my brain or penis learn, my interoceptive part of my brain, my posterior insula, and the nerves in my penis learn that there is a certain kind of stimulus that gets me to climax. So now porn enters the picture. So if, you know, 100 years ago, I was like, I developed a schoolgirl fetish, what is my brain going to prefer sexually? What does it get exposed to? So now what's happening with the consumption of pornography, the easy access of pornography, we begin to believe that these things are sexual. And what we know about pornography, and there's a whole, we've done lectures on this, so you guys can check this out. is that pornography uses things that are supranormal stimuli. So they use tits that are bigger, butts that are bigger, things that are shinier, 4K, a lot of color, a lot of camera angles, a lot of things that you will never see during sex, right? So like a really simple example of this is most human beings who engage in sexual intercourse, the man will never see the vagina, or maybe you see it at the very beginning, but once you're actually like in a penetrative position, you don't see the vagina, right? It's like kind of weird, but so like...
Yeah, it's impossible. It's impossible to see her. Yeah, and absolutely.
What starts to happen is our brain starts to get conditioned by pornography. And we know that this conditioning tends to get radical over time. So this is a paper that's looking at pornography-induced erectile dysfunction among young men. They report that an early introduction to pornography, usually during adolescence, is followed by daily consumption until a point where extreme content involving, for example, elements of violence is needed to maintain arousal. A critical stage is reached when sexual arousal is exclusively associated with extreme and fast-paced pornography, rendering physical intercourse bland and uninteresting. This results in an inability to maintain an erection with a real-life partner, at which point the men embark on a reboot process, giving up pornography. This has helped some of the men regain their ability to achieve and sustain erection. So
that's interesting. That is hope-giving, right? If you stop consuming the corn, that you can get better. That's good. You hear that, chat? If you have the problem, you might be able to solve it on your own. Just stop the corn.
So one study, I don't remember if it was this one, found that I think about 40 to 50% of men will end up watching pornography that they used to think was disgusting or like not good in some way. And so here's the issue. So if we look at a normal brain with a normal sexual relationship, there isn't an option for more extreme, generally speaking, right? There's some amount of extremity. Maybe your partner indulges you during your birthday or something like that, or anniversary, or there's special occasions where you convince them to play with your kinks, but it's not like on demand. So once we acclimatize to a certain kind of pornography, if we increase the intensity, the pace, the color, the extremity, the violence, whatever, if we increase something about it, our dopaminergic centers get a little bit more activated. So over time, what happens is normal porn becomes bland. And if you watch pornography, you may have noticed this, that you can't watch the same porn over and over and over again, right? You don't enjoy it as much.
It actually, for a while, it got with me. It got really bad over a while, and then I got, I got a little bit older, and I think I don't need that anymore, which is a real positive. But I also have to say I basically don't watch anything with actual people anymore. And yes, I'm talking about animation, of course. Of course, it's that. And one of my main things, I'm talking about secrets, is when cowgirl and seeing the boobas bounce. Man, I love that. Nothing is greater than that.
You go looking for new things, and maybe something that was less extreme now becomes a little bit more arousing. So we are basically conditioning ourselves to a particular kind of input in order to achieve climax, in order to achieve erection. So this is a huge problem. So the good news is that for the majority of people who are under the age of 40, if you have erectile dysfunction, I would say that it can be 95% resolved. That's my gut check as a clinician. So if a patient walks into my office and says, hey, doc, I'm 30 years old. I can't maintain an erection. I can't achieve climax when I'm having sex with my wife. Can you help me? And I would say, yeah, dude, I think that, there's a really, really, really good chance that you can get back to a healthy sexual relationship. Yeah. And the studies actually support that. Okay, so let's understand what the different pieces are. So the first is cardiovascular health is penile health. Yeah. So if someone is obese, overweight, has diabetes, has sleep apnea, doesn't exercise, if someone just starts exercising on a regular basis, maybe loses a little bit of weight, but more importantly, achieves more cardiovascular health, their erections will improve. Yeah. So this is true of people who are over the age of 42. So when we start to get to physiologic causes like hypertension and things like that, right? So when I have a 45-year-old dude in my office who just got diagnosed with hypertension, has trouble maintaining an erection, getting them to exercise and bringing down their blood pressure will 100% help their erection.
Yeah.
So there are also things that we've talked about, sugar, processed foods, things like that. So the first thing is that if you get physically healthy, your erections and your ability to achieve climax will definitely get better. So now we have to dive into psychogenic erectile dysfunction and how to sort of treat that. So this is where what we know is that there are studies that show that attentional control, so getting better at shifting your attention, will help you maintain an erection and achieve climax. So if we look at people who struggle to maintain erections and climax, what we find is that once they get into their head, they cannot get out of their head.
Which is
so
a
this
problem.
is where there are really simple practices like meditation is a really good one that trains your attention. But it's not just things like meditation, right? So there are specific studies that have attentional control exercises, which you can learn. And it is shifting your attention from being in your own head. And so this is what I would encourage y'all to do if you're struggling with this. Pay attention to your body, right? Just enjoy the experience. Don't think about whether you're making her come or not. Don't think about your erectile. Just enjoy the sensations. Be in the present moment as much as possible. And
which is generally a good thing, not only for, you know, doing it, but in general, it's good to be in the here and now and enjoy life. That's why I like going for walks and hiking, because then I, you know, can enjoy life better than being at home. Which, you know, makes sense, right?
When you do that sort of thing, it'll activate that posterior insula, all of those interoceptive senses, and it will move you closer to the right direction. The next thing to think a little bit about is the anterior insula, which is our emotional processing. So this is a big part of the work that I do with people. This is why psychotherapy can be incredibly helpful for erectile dysfunction, is that the sexual act is associated with all kinds of stuff. And we have to deconstruct all of those associations because those associations aren't real. So when I ask, let's say, a 20-year-old kid, I mean, I had a patient once who was like this, who came into my office and said, Dr. K, I can't achieve orgasm. And then I asked them, like, you know, tell me more about that, help me understand the problem. And so they said, I can get to the first stage of orgasm. I can get to the pre-cum stage, but I can't get to the actual ejaculation. Like, I can't handle it. And I was like, what do you mean you can't handle it? So what they sort of told me is that, you know, like I will engage in sexual behavior and then like a little spurt will come out and then my penis becomes hypersensitive and it goes limp. And I was like, wait, what do you think an orgasm is supposed to be? And they're like, you know, it's like gallons, buckets of ejaculate. That
he watched too much hentai. That's what the problem here is. He doesn't understand that's unrealistic, which is a huge problem. That's why you need education about things like that.
Lasts for 60 seconds and lots of moaning and and then I'm like rock hard afterward. And what this person, it's sad, but what this person was struggling with is that they were orgasming. They just had this impression that an orgasm is like, you know, liters of ejaculate. And the average ejaculate volume, I think, is like maybe 5 milliliters, like maybe like a teaspoon. I don't really know. But anyway, so like this is where we have all these ideas or impressions of what sex is supposed to be like. And there are also studies that look at like metacognitive beliefs about manliness. Like, what do you think a manly sexual act is supposed to look like? And this is where we have to get to some statistics, okay? So like a lot of people don't know that the average sexual act is 3 to 7 minutes. And that if 50% of women will want the sexual act to end at 10 to 15 minutes, like they're done after that. A lot of men don't realize that only about 21 to 30% of women can achieve an orgasm through vaginal penetrative intercourse. So this is where we get a little bit technical, but the tissue that becomes the glans penis is the same tissue that is the clitoris. So during embryology and development, there's a small piece of tissue. So we're all default female, by the way. And then what happens is the clitoral tissue, under the influence of an androgen like testosterone or androstenedione, will develop into the glans penis. So there are, you know, some cases of like if you get a woman, a biological female, who has like a testosterone secreting tumor.
The fact that he has to phrase it like that It tells you a lot about society. Just saying.
You will see the clitoral enlargement. So the clitoris will start to morph somewhat into something that looks closer to the glans penis. It doesn't turn into a glans penis. But my point is that embryologically, the tissues are the same. So here's a simple question. If y'all are worried that you can't make your female partner orgasm with vaginal intercourse, we're going to do a really simple experiment. So imagine that you are trying to achieve climax without ever touching the top half of your penis. Can you climax by stimulating the base of your penis? Probably not.
I don't think so. Yeah, no. Yeah.
I don't know this experiment. Right? So if we sort of think about it, like which part of the penis is the most important for achieving climax? It's the glands. It's the corpus spongiosum and that tip of the penis where all the nerve endings are. I mean, the shaft is good too, don't get me wrong. But that's usually what we need, right? And so women are the same way. They need clitoral stimulation because that's where the majority of the nerve endings are that will allow them to achieve orgasm. My point is that when we're engaging in a sexual act, if we don't know these facts, we don't know that the average intercourse lasts 5 minutes. If you're screwing for 3 minutes or 10 minutes, like that's normal for most people, right? So you don't need to get anxious about that. But then that triggers all of these problems with attentional control, and then you're in your own head and stuff like that. So that creates a lot of problems. So usually what I tend to do when I'm working with people is I will help them unpack these beliefs. I will help them think about where they constructed these ideas. I will help them deal with their emotions. I will help them develop emotional regulation techniques and help them develop relaxation techniques. Right? Because if you are approaching the sexual act and your adrenaline and cortisol are high, you will never develop an erection. So we need to do some of that physiologic rewiring, psychological rewiring. As you dig into these things, things tend to get better. And the last thing that we're going to talk about are other forms of intervention. So this is just to let y'all know. So we have medications for things like erectile dysfunction. And sometimes these can work incredibly well. So if you have, stress-based sexual erection problems, and we do something like prescribe sildenafil, which is trade name Viagra. This can work really well because you're afraid, like you can't get an erection because you're stressed out. The Viagra helps you get an erection. Then you are able to have sex. Then you're able to stay hard enough, hopefully, to climax. And then you've had one success. And once you've had one success, it becomes easier to have your second, easier to get the third. Then you start penile retraining.
But by the way, that goes with everything in life. If you have success with something, it becomes easy to have success with the thing you had success in. It literally works for everything.
Then you start engaging in sex, and then this is how you basically rehabilitate the penis. And then once you rehabilitate the penis, and now you're no longer anxious, you don't need the Viagra anymore. Right? You don't need the sildenafil because now everything is working the way that it should. There are also cases of things like intraurethral suppositories, which are a localized amount of some kind of medication that is inserted into the tip of the penis. So it doesn't have to be like if you have a medical contraindication, like if you've got right-sided heart failure or something like that, then you shouldn't take sildenafil. So there are things like that. And then there are also a couple of other things that people will do. One is they'll use vacuum-assisted devices. So these are things like penis pumps that remember that a lot of the maintenance of erection has to do with pressure gradients from your arterial blood flow and your venous blood flow. Problem with a lot of these vacuum assistive devices is that about 30 to 46% of people will stop using them because of like bruising and other side effects. And the last thing that we have is we do have surgical interventions for erectile dysfunction. These are things like penile implants. So you can put some kind of implant into the penis a little bit outside of my wheelhouse. You got to go see a surgeon or a urologist for that kind of thing so that you can do that kind of stuff too. So there's a lot of stuff that you can sort of do from a lifestyle perspective, from a psychogenic perspective, to understand how the brain develops an erection, what's going on in your nervous system, what's going on in your head, the ability to shift your attention, and then you can absolutely move in the right direction. The last thing that we tend to see is that abstinence or severe reductions in pornography and masturbation will help a lot.
Yeah.
If you think about the
I can see that 100%. Because a lot of these problems are caused by, that.
Frequency of sexual activity. The less sexual activity you have, the easier it is to achieve climax. This is a huge problem for a lot of dudes. If you haven't gotten laid in a while and you have sex with your partner, you're done pretty quick. So as a psychiatrist, I'll sort of do like this kind of, it's not really sex therapy, but I'll work with couples to, you know, develop a plan where I let them know, look, we're going to do this for a month where you got to stop pornography, you got to stop masturbate. And then y'all can have sex. The goal is not to finish. When you feel an erection or whatever, you guys just like try it out and feel each other out for about 30 days. And the goal is, first of all, let's see if you can get an erection. Let's see if you can enjoy the sensation. Don't worry about sex. You're not trying to have sex. You're just trying to get a penile massage, right? That's the goal. And then you start to enjoy each other's company. You start to develop intimacy, you know, so you start to like, you know, maybe have some kind of massage, but don't have sex. And then like tension builds up and then they end up having sex.
Yeah.
And it ends up being great because like both of them are horny because they're genital massaging each other for like 15 days without any kind of like, you know, sexual activity. And then things turn around. So
literally teenagers. Literally just like teenagers. Yeah. Oh, we can't do it, we can't do it, we can't do it, but we work each other's junk, so we are getting horny and horny and hornier, and we are doing this now for 6 months. I want to put it in. Yeah. Yeah. Stuff works.
Studies that show that, you know, abstinence from pornography can be incredibly effective. So the last thing that I want to share with y'all, I know we sometimes try to sell you things, but this is something that I couldn't resist. So in order to help y'all with this problem, I'd love to tell y'all about a new guide we've made, which is Dr. K's Guide to Penile Retraining. Much like our other guides, it dives into a lot of depth about what is the neuroscience, what is the psychology, gives you lots of practical tips on what you can do. Also includes meditations that are designed to support this problem. So we're going to be exploring esoteric tantric meditations. And then the best part of the guide, which is now available not only on our platform, but also on OnlyFans, is I'll show y'all step by step exactly how to do the retraining of the genitals. But in all seriousness,
OnlyFans.
If y'all are worried about, oh, how do I regulate my emotions? How do I focus my attention? How do I process my shame? All of these things actually do exist in our real guides. So we have a guide to trauma where we'll talk to you about, you know, how to let go of past experiences. We have a guide to anxiety where we teach you a lot.
Wait. So the entire guide was the joke and not just the OnlyFans part? Okay. Okay. Man. It's awesome when, you know, a medical professional has humor and understands that, you know. He's one of us. He's one of us, chat. He's one of us.
A lot about the physiologic rewiring that is necessary so that you can reduce your anxiety. We have guides to depression. We talk about how to deal with shame. So if y'all are interested in that stuff, definitely check those things out. And of course, if you're struggling with this problem, you can absolutely work with a professional. Hey y'all, hope you enjoyed today's video. We talk about a bunch of topics like this on the channel, so be sure to subscribe for more. If you're already subscribed, GG, and we'll see you in chat.
Man, good video. That was an incredibly good video. And it literally was what I expected. If you have the problem, just stop for a while. And then you most likely be fine. And if not, maybe some other reason is there, you know. You're overweight and have, you know, you don't move enough. Which means your heart is not strong enough, or as strong as it should be. So just go and move. And just move. Just move. Just go for a walk. Half an hour walk every day. There. Done. Oh, and now, I don't know. Do some squats. One set of squats in the morning. I don't know. Or in the evening, wherever. While you're watching TV. You have time to do a set of squats every day. Everyone does. You can literally do that at work. Oh, and how about push-ups? Yeah. 20 push-ups there. You don't need to go to the gym. You don't need to have a full workout plan and stuff like that. You don't need any machines or whatever. Just get moving. Just do some exercise. That's all that is needed. and stop watching the corn. The corn is evil. And it destroys your mind. And your wiener. Yeah. Chat, viewers, let me know in the comments. When was the first time you have watched the corn? What age were you? Well, maybe you shouldn't say that. Might get me banned on YouTube or something like that. If you like this video, give it a like. Oh right, you give this one a like. And if you wanna see more like this, subscribe. See you next time. Bye bye. 5 hours of streaming so far. Now I'm thinking. I am thinking. More, or should I call it a day? How do I feel? Oh, we watched this shit yesterday. Man, what a retard. I hate people so much. Me hate people. Okay. I would say we are good. My neck starts to hurt again. That's bad. That's really bad, by the way. Don't want that. Man, I wish I didn't had all these back issues. But you know, that happens if you sit too much. And yes, sitting too much. No injuries from any accidents or stuff like that. It's always sitting too much. It's always the sitting too much that gets me. Okay, so stream is over. I hope you enjoyed today's stream. We didn't go that deep into conspiracy theories, but it was nice. It was a nice stream. We had fun. And we produced content for, you know, the next week. Oh boy. Yeah. So, if you want to see more stuff like this, well, subscribe. Or on Twitch, follow. And the next stream is set for Thursday, where I have... Do we play another demo there? Or I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we do. I'm not sure. We will see. Might be something random. We will see. Okay. See you next time. Have a good morning, day, evening, night. I'm gonna go and warm up some canned food. Yes, processed foods. Today that's all that I get. And yeah. See you next time. Bye bye.